Switch now to Fios 2 gig, our fastest internet ever.
Look, finally cut the cable, switch to Fios 2 gig.
Upload speeds 20 times faster than cable on the 100% fiber optic network. Oh.
Hey, find out!
Switch to Verizon.
La Roche-Posay Amphilio sunscreen visibly reduces the appearance of sun damage. Fluid lightweight sunscreen with Celac Shield, UVA UVB protection plus antioxidants. La Roche-Posay Amphilio sunscreen, recommended by 90,000 dermatologists worldwide.
Split straight down the middle. So I think that the country was broken by special interests and lobbyists, and because I'm a cynic, I will be voting for Donald Trump this year, 2024, so that the country can come to the conclusion that really we have two different countries. It's this, it's from this.
How does voting for Trump do that?
We've got the remnants of the South and we've got remnants of the North. And these two different countries are completely different places.
All right, on to Detroit. Gwen is calling. Go ahead.
I caught the end of that, but it doesn't make any sense.
Hi, thank you so much for taking my call. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, that other caller before me, his reasoning was completely ridiculous. I believe the country is split in half with the, he is right about that, but really, that can still be, people can still view that in, that
You think
history.
Donald Trump's going to unify the country? Get the fuck out of here.
Know about the other side of the history, and I think Republicans, GOP, and maybe even that person who was speaking before me, they believe that they have gerrymandered the country so much that they're not afraid to speak about all these things or pass all these bills because they just think that they just know, or they just think that they're going to win, and if they can't
Some of the
win,
worst gerrymandering in the
like
country,
they did
folks, is in
January
Republican-controlled
6th, they wanna
areas.
take it over.
Don't get me
But
wrong,
that's not
Democrats do it too.
the America that we want to live in, And yes, I will vote for Joe Biden because he has done more moving this country forward.
That's actually true, unironically.
He was in than any president, in history, and he's only been in there 2.5 years. So, of course, I would vote for Joe Biden. He hasn't let us down. He's done everything said he would try to do, and he's trying to bring the Republicans along too. He's trying to work together with them, but they don't want to. They just don't want to. And that's all what I wanted to say is, can you have a show that would discuss all of the different ways that people's voting rights are being attacked? They're trying to stop students from using their ID cards to vote.
Yep.
And, they're just trying to stop the abortion bill to be put on different ballots.
I think what Gwen here from Michigan is trying to say is that in Texas they're trying to pass a law making it harder for students to vote.
Bill in Norcross, Georgia. Good morning. Independent caller.
Oh, yes. Good morning, and thank you so much for taking my call. The question, whether or not that I would vote for President Biden. Certainly I'll vote for President Biden. In my opinion, President Biden is the only candidate that I'm aware of that is qualified and has a proven background for this country. And I think, in my opinion, I think that we couldn't have asked for a better president. I think he's worked strong and hard for everyone, and I feel like that he is the best president, the best candidate we've ever had. He's done an extraordinary job, and from the time he's taken office, you can see right there by his track record. He doesn't have to tell me. I'm going to look at his track record, and it's proven. Now, someone might ask me, well, about the other candidates. To be honest about it, I paid very little attention to Donald Trump or anything from the right-wing wackos, and what they say today, they'll change later. So their words are no good, and the only thing that keeps these kind of people in power, as you know as well as I do, is the white supremacists and certainly the Christian nationalists. And, of course, they have their
Marjorie Taylor's word
and big money. And as long as they can receive their benefits and what they care about, they could care less about this country. But I'll add this to it before I close. This country back in 1966 to defend this country and to defend our democracy. And even though today I'm 77 years old, and certainly I'm not the same person I was at that time. But if these crazy people, which I hope never happens, but if these crazy lunatics are going to start a civil war, then I would be gladly to stand with this country. And if I'm willing to give my life up in 1966, then I'll be more than willing to give my life up at 77, because I had a hell of a lot more to live for in 66 than I am now. But I see the problem with this country. It's inside, and we have got to take very special precautions. And
thank you for your service, sir. I should really call in one of these days. I should really call in one of these days.
Right-wing press.
All right, Bill in Georgia. Our opening question is for Democrats and independents only. Will you support Joe Biden for president 2024? We're taking your comments via text as well, 202-748-8003, and a couple of those.
Fuck it, I'm going to text right now.
Yes, I will support Biden.
This is live, by the way.
We have a younger candidate, but Biden believes in the Constitution, unlike the Trump MAGA Republicans who want to burn the Constitution and destroy our country, says Mike in Orlando, Florida. I didn't see anything in Biden's announcement video. Biden's announcement video of what he has accomplished in order to deserve another hurting America. John in St. Paul, Minnesota, and Richard in Las Vegas. Absolutely not. I never supported him, and he has proven to be worse than I could have imagined. So much so that I would be willing to vote for Trump now. Ray's a Democrat calling from Pittsburgh this morning. Go ahead, Ray.
Yeah, hi. I have a couple of things to go over. A lot of it has to do with how you're running your show. I noticed a couple of weeks ago you had that Republicans only line. It was Republicans only. It wasn't Republicans and independents or Republicans and this and that. In spite of the guy that was just on before, and he called himself an independent, you and I both know that most independents that call in your show are Trumpers who are too ashamed to say they're Republicans or Trumpers, and they get on and bash Joe Biden. The first guy you had on wasn't a Democrat. You need to do a little bit better on your call screening. You got to have these people say, what they are, who they stand for, and what they're going to talk about. Another thing
that would take like forever.
Well, the line is open to independents. So if they support President Trump, they say they're independent. There's no way to verify that. If they're voting for President Trump, they're voting for President Trump. We can't control that.
If they get on there and start bashing Biden, then you should cut them off immediately.
Well, the point of this hour isn't to support Joe Biden. The point of
this
hour is,
does anybody have like their number?
That guy obviously was not. And if he's bashing Joe Biden, he's bashing Joe Biden. That's part of the hour.
No, that's not how it runs.
Okay, so Ray, do you have a response to the question? You've talked about the program.
Sure, I'll support Biden all the way to the end. I like Biden. He's done a lot for this country, and I think he's been a great president so far. And yeah, I support him 100%.
Great. Let's go to Marilyn in San Francisco on the independent line. Go ahead.
There you go. C-SPAN text number.
Yeah, to refute what the guy before me just said, not all independents go conservative. I'm a very left-leaning independent, and I will not vote for Joe Biden again. I did it only to get Trump out of there last time, and I will not do it again. I am thinking that this is the year that third party.
What has turned you against Joe Biden?
He's too old. And that's the problem with C-SPAN. Most of your demographic is old. I hear people every day on this show. They're in their 60s, they're in their 70s.
Of course they're old. What do you expect? It's 7:18 a.m. where I'm from, on the East Coast. Who do you think is watching this show?
Somebody in their 50s or 60s to run this country. And
who do you think that is? Yes, I have no problem with someone around that age, like being the president. However, you don't.
Somebody like that.
You need someone who's been in politics for a while to build that level of political capital. People don't realize that. It's not some random 50, 60-year-old that does it.
All right, Marilyn, certainly the candidate who challenged Joe Biden in 2020 on the left was Bernie Sanders, but Bernie Sanders is endorsing Joe Biden this time around. This is the headline from the Associated Press, and he rules out a bid of his own. Senator Bernie Sanders of Vermont said Tuesday he would forgo another presidential bid of his own and instead endorse President Joe Biden's reelection. The leading progressive, who was Biden's chief rival in the 2020 Democratic presidential primary, told the Associated Press he would, quote, do everything I can to see that the president is reelected. Let's hear from David in Detroit on our Democrats line. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, Bill. And let me begin by saying, you know, we held to once every 30 days. And it has to be something that really motivates me to call in and use up my once in a 30-day voicing my opinion. And so let me just briefly voice my opinion. And so the prompt says, you know, am I voting for the president, Joe Biden? Yes, I will. Unrefutedly, yes, I will. Joe Biden in past 2 years has been able to get through some major legislation. He got through the infrastructure bill, and you have to remember that when he took over, how dark and dystopian we were at a station in this country's history. We had COVID. We had people that were losing jobs and businesses shut down. And this wasn't relegated to the United States alone. This is worldwide. This is a once in 100-year pandemic that plagued us, and his steady hand and his steadiness made us feel much better. Unlike his predecessor, who right from the beginning was mercurial, and it was just so unsteady. And so he brought sanity back to the United States. So you have a choice in 2024. You can vote for continued sanity, or you can vote for insanity. I'm voting for sanity. I'm voting for Joe Biden. Thank you.
All right, on to Atlanta, and Eddie is up next, also a Democratic caller. Good morning.
Good morning, America and C-SPAN. Yes, we got to keep Biden in the office. The lady just said she wants somebody younger. Oh, you look at the news every day. You look at the news every day, and you know.
Boom! I just texted C-SPAN.
Trying to run the White House. I don't think so, because
I don't think I'm gonna get featured. But if I get featured, I'm gonna clip it. I am gonna clip it if I get featured.
Biden, when we hear stuff about him, he tried to help America. He helped me out a lot. I'm on Social Security and Medicare and Medicaid. With him back in office, Because Trump didn't give us none of that. We didn't have. They were fighting, trying to take our Social Security, take our Medicare, or make us pay more money for our health care and stuff. That's what Trump did. But who want a president like Trump in office? And for 4 whole months, he was running around playing golf when he knew United States was hurting with COVID.
All right, on to a little bit more from the NBC poll on the president's decision to
he went on for a little bit too long.
The NBC poll released on Monday, the day before.
Yeah, man, the C-SPAN hosts.
Approval rating, according to NBC, is 41%.
He's still below like 50%.
Which notched up a few points since January, 54%.
It's the economy.
Job approval rating, no real surprise here. Democrats approve 83%, Independents 30%, Republicans 6%, and for the
I'm
race
concerned
itself,
about the
race itself, favorability ratings. Joe Biden favorable 38%, Donald Trump favorable 34%, and the unfavorable.
I still think Biden beats Trump in a head-to-head rematch.
Now candidates 48% for Joe Biden,
but
and,
Republicans are going to like galvanize behind Trump though, because he's the nominee if he gets the nomination.
Joe Biden, after that morning announcement on video, spoke to the National Building Trades Union here in the nation's capital. Let's have a look.
Wall Street didn't build America. The middle class built America, and
damn straight, Joe.
Built the middle class.
Let Joe cook.
That's the God's truth. And folks,
give him all the drugs. Just give him all the drugs to him up.
And the good news.
Let him do the gaffes. I don't give a shit.
Even some of our
you're gonna like fucking hate on a guy who's got a stutter?
But you did. You built the middle class, and folks.
That's a great op by him, by the way.
2 years than any president created in a 4-year term because of you. Because of you. The unemployment rate is 3.5%, near a 50-year low. An all-time record for construction jobs. Nearly 800,000 manufacturing has the fastest growth in 40 years. Because we're buying American. Where is it written that America can't lead the world again in manufacturing? I ran for president to rebuild the backbone of America, the middle class, to grow the economy from the middle out and the bottom up, not the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder up, and the wealthy still do very well. You don't have to worry about them. We all do well. But that's a clear contrast to the other side. They believe the best way to grow the economy is from the top down, and then to watch the benefits trickle down to the rest of us. No, I'm serious. Think about it. Like many of you, not much trickled down on my dad's kitchen table. For decades, trickle-down economics hollowed out the middle class, hollowed it out. We rewarded wealth, not work. Companies move jobs overseas. How many of you come from towns that you grew up in that used to have a factory of 600, 800, 1,000 people? Now it's gone. Why? Because they went overseas for cheaper labor. Not just in one administration, but a series of administrations preceding us. And as those jobs are lost, something else was lost as well that matters a lot to folks where I come from. A sense of pride.
Yep.
A notion of who you are. A sense of self-worth. Earning our way.
And some comments via text. This one says, not a fan of Biden. Would like to see someone more progressive. However, I would vote for him over Trump or DeSantis. The older Democratic leaders have selfishly clung to power, so there are very few younger viable candidates. I think he'd benefit from choosing a new VP. Kamala Harris was not a good choice and has been ineffective as VP.
Does she even know what like the VP does?
This
the VP
says,
should say.
Carol in Panama City, Florida. Yes, I'll support
Come on.
Biden. He may be an older guy.
7:07 a.m. Okay.
Joe
he might get to me.
Genuine, decent family man with morals who really loves his country. No Republican, especially the lying, twice impeached instigator of the January 6th and indicted Trump. He's a disgrace, says Carol. And via Twitter, I would like to hear from other candidates who say they're running in the Democratic Party. They also have a voice that needs to be heard. President Biden's candidacy and re-election.
I got no problem with people like challenging him. I think that's fine.
Everyone else. Here's how the New York Post
especially if there's like more left-leaning issues Joe Biden's going to be willing to adopt.
Pre-recorded from the White House basement, President Biden announces his re-election campaign, but Americans
a little
say
editorializing
he's
by
already lost
Rupert
it,
Murdoch's paper
says
of
the New York
choice.
Post. Let's hear from David in Madison Heights, Michigan, Democratic caller.
Thank you, Fox Span, for taking my call. And I will definitely vote for President Biden again. He has accomplished amazing things in less than 2.5 years.
Who are the hosts for the Washington Journal?
Just what he's done with the pandemic, he gets my vote, let alone the unbelievable accomplishments that he has made. He will get my vote. And please, Bill, show some respect. His name is President Biden, not Joe, not Biden. President Biden.
Bro, there are people who call in and fucking troll these people, bro.
President Trump. Trump's not president.
They don't really care.
President Biden is president. And how is Trump?
You still
okay, David? I hear you. I hear what you said. The first 3 words, practically, I said out of the beginning of the show this morning were President Joe Biden. So we refer to President Joe Biden. We also refer to former President Donald Trump or Joe Biden. It's just a more casual way to refer to the current president. Let's go to Champaign, Illinois. Democratic caller. Good morning. This is Kenny.
Kerry with a
Kerry, go ahead. Yes.
I would support President Joe Biden any day because I don't want to go back to looking at a president that's on TV every day preaching hate. Knew that we had COVID, wouldn't tell us. Went to Helsinki, supported Putin. So when did Americans start supporting Russia? That's what I want to know. When did we start doing that?
Damn right.
President Biden has accomplished so many things, and we want to go back. We want to go back to
that's right, baby.
Just only want to give us grievance. Look at what the Republicans are doing now. They're not helping the country. They don't even have ideas for the people. All they do is preach grievances.
That's right.
That's all they know. And if this country wants to move forward, it's not about his age. It's about the policies, people. It's about policies. It's where your interest lies. And this country has got to move forward. We can't stay in the past with a president that's want to go back to the 40s and a Republican Party that doesn't even know who it is. That party doesn't even recognize itself. So we need to just move to the future and move forward with the policies, not the man's age. The man in that party is trying to move this country forward. Some of you
exactly.
want to go back to
Listen,
the past.
I get it. The dude's old. Not to cut off the caller, but the dude is old. I get it too. I was gonna vote for Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is fucking old. Okay? At least Joe Biden is one to listen to you and give some credence to what you want. And if you have a Democrat-controlled Congress, you're gonna get. Now you may not get all the things. You're gonna get some of the things. Okay.
Today we hope to have some details on that.
And more Democrats in there, more progressive Democrats in Congress. Biden's just going to sign off on the bills. Okay, I promise you.
Asa Hutchinson. Mary is in Ruth, North Carolina, an independent caller. Good morning.
Hi. In the primary, I'll vote for Kennedy. In the general election, I'll vote for whatever Republican's running if there's no other Democrat running. Joe Biden is spoiled. He's been spoiled since the last election.
Who did you vote for in 2020, Mary?
Pardon?
Who did you vote for in 2020?
In 2020?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yes. Who did you vote for in 2020 for president?
In 2020, I voted for Biden.
Uh-huh. But you feel like you're not going to vote for him in 2024?
I wouldn't vote for him. Although it depends on the Democrat. I would vote for Kennedy if Kennedy is running against a Republican. If Joe Biden is running against a Republican, I'll vote for whatever Republican's running.
All right, to Altamont, Illinois next, and April, an independent caller as well.
Good morning. Thank you for taking my call.
You bet.
And I'm an independent. I really haven't decided who I'm going to vote for. I just worry about Biden's health.
He's healthy as a horse, Mary.
And I just don't believe that he's capable of being our president again. Not sure about Trump. I don't know if I want Trump. He's a little aggressive, but we'll just have to see.
It's a little aggressive, she says. It's weird, man. I'm telling you, man. When you like really listen to people and they talk about this stuff, and this is like, these are your fellow Americans, how uneducated they are about like certain issues too. And it's really like the vibes, right? Like some people just vote on the vibes. They don't even vote on the issues. They just vote on the vibes. Oh, do I vibe with this guy? Do I vibe with this woman? You know, I vibe with this politician, and it's just like, it's crazy to me too.
Concerning. I worry for
how like some people who've been voting Democrat all their life, they would vote for Donald Trump because they think he's some outsider, or they like his vibe because he's hyper aggressive.
Raised by the editorial board of the New York Times on Sunday, in their lead opinion piece, Biden should take voters' concerns about age seriously. They write, candidates shouldn't pretend, as Mr. Biden often does, that advanced age isn't an issue. Mr. Biden is 80, now the oldest American to serve as president. And even supporters, including the political strategist David Axelrod, have expressed deep worries that his age will be both a political liability in 2024 and a barrier to a successful second term. If Mr. Biden runs again, as he recently said he intends to, questions will persist about his age until he does more to assure voters that he
Why do you think that is? Just go back to like that paragraph below it where it tells you the average age of the Senate, the House, and the average age in the United States. Why do you think that is, though? There's no context behind that.
News. His standard line, repeated in that interview, is the only thing I can say is watch me. But they write, Mr. Biden has given voters very few chances to do just that, to watch him. And his refusal to engage with the public regularly raises questions about his age and health. The usual White House method of demonstrating a president's mastery is to take tough questions in front of cameras. But Mr. Biden has not taken advantage of that opportunity, as the Times reported on Friday. He has held fewer news conferences and media interviews than most of his modern predecessors. O'Fallon, Missouri is next, and Mark on the...
It does take time, takes experience, and it takes money to be able to do that, too.
There you are. Go ahead.
To, like, win Senate races.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my call. The question, will I support Joe Biden? Well, I will tell you it's yet to be determined. I'm really looking at where the country is right now, and I'm very distraught at what's going on. I voted for Joe Biden in 2020 simply because
81 years old.
I thought that President Trump was just too aggressive and everything. However, looking at
Bernie Sanders would be 81 if he was elected president.
I will vote for Joe Biden
in 2020.
And I will have to wait until there are some debates and I can hear him answer some questions because he's not doing that. I don't think he's held a press conference and come out and talked to the American people or taken any questions at all. It seems as though they hide him, and I'm afraid that the reason why they're doing that is because of his mental acuity. He's just not there. If you watch, you can see him stumbling around on stage, misspeaking, and then when I look at the policies that are happening in our country, we have open borders, the fentanyl crisis that's happening, it is just mind-boggling.
Are we sure this guy is fucking...
Not to mention,
he's an independent? The fentanyl crisis? Bro, you know who's bringing fentanyl into the country? It ain't Mexico. There's no border crisis. It's fucking Americans bringing fentanyl in.
I'd like to hear him answer some questions about these things to give the American people just a better, idea of where he is and what is going on. I'm just very concerned. And I'm not so much concerned about his age, but I'm concerned about his mental acuity. If he was 60 and he was acting like this, I would be very, very concerned with that.
That's a smart decision by the judge.
Arrest in Virginia. Mike's on the Democrats line there. Good morning.
Good morning. You know, I am a life Democrat. I voted and donated for Joe Biden and for all the Democratic presidents since 1980. I think Joe Biden is unhealthy, and he's a warmongering president. He did a decent job domestically, and I support all his domestic policies. But I think he's not healthy. He's boring. We
the vibes.
Another young Democrat in the White House. However, I will not support any Republican. It's a fascist party, and I will just stay out of politics until money is out of politics. I really don't have.
So you're not going to vote?
A true democracy in this country with the gerrymander.
So you're just going to withhold your vote and not vote for someone who can actually like make some. I fucking hate people like this, dude.
Vote counts, but I really don't think in that.
He's a warmonger. How the fuck is he a warmonger? He got us out of Afghanistan. He actually pulled the trigger on that. You could say it's botched all you want. I'll even give you that too. They could have done something better, knowing that Donald Trump made these deals with the Taliban.
It scared me that Trump will come back.
All right, Mike. This is a headline from Politico this morning. Democrats relish a Trump-Biden rematch. They write that Democrats see former President Donald Trump's post-indictment political resurgence as alarming for the country and great for Joe Biden's re-election hopes. Take it from Senator Debbie Stabenow. The Nation Democrat had front row seats to the former president's shocking win in her state in 2016, then to his loss to Joe Biden 4 years later. She thinks the 2024 rematch would look more like the 2020 outcome. Quote, Trump's obviously an extremely dangerous person who would be very dangerous for the country, but I'm confident that President Biden could beat him, the retiring senator said in an interview. Politically for us, it's helpful if former President Trump is front and center. A view from another senator here following the announcement yesterday of Joe Biden, Marco Rubio, with a tweet saying, America can't afford another 4 years of Biden. Here's his video.
Honestly, can't survive another 4 years of Joe Biden. In just the last 2 years, he has made every one of our enemies around the world stronger and America weaker relative to them. In fact, he has gotten many of our future or former allies to align with our potential future adversaries. He's destroying our economy. We don't produce energy anymore. Now we depend more and more on other countries for oil and on China for batteries and solar panels, all driven by Joe Biden.
Is he doing that, or the corporations like selling our labor over, putting their manufacturing and their facilities over in those foreign countries? If that's the case, then nationalize the oil and gas industry. Problem solved.
This is a guy that ran saying he was going to restore us to normal and be a unifier. And yet he spends all his time calling anyone who doesn't agree with him on some voting bill a segregationist. If you don't agree with him on some social issues, then you're a hater. You're a xenophobe.
You are.
He has the gall today to talk about restoring freedom to America. The only people that have freedom under Joe Biden's presidency are the people that agree with him, are the people that agree with his position on these radical issues. We honestly, I mean, if we have another 4 years
aren't radical
Joe Biden,
issues.
I don't know what this country's going to look like, but none of us are going to be happy about it.
The country's going to look better, especially when Republicans like you are out of office. Because we can actually push forward.
We know it. Honestly.
That is Senator Marco Rubio. Some reaction on Twitter and by social media. Rebecca says this: I used to be ambivalent about Joe Biden, but no more. We need to tell the hypocritical, lying Republicans what's what. I will absolutely vote for Biden. Yes! He's done an admirable job so far and can do better with a Democratic-controlled Congress, says Benny in New York.
Yes! Yes! I did it! Yes!
202-748-8000.
Oh my God! Can I
for the Eastern and Central time zones, and it's 202-748-8001 Mountain and Pacific, and this is for Democrats and Independents only. This controlled Congress.
Yes, snip it. Sorry, I'm sorry. I have to do it.
Says Benny in New York.
Understand the price of eggs
skyrocketed because of the worst avian flu outbreak in U.S. history. Joe Biden didn't snap his fingers and make your eggs more expensive.
Be right back.
Secondly, the United States is the largest producer of oil in the world, and that is in the news if you go look at it. So gas prices should come down, but we're being gouged by the industry, okay? We're outputting enormous amounts. Joe Biden just approved the Willow gas project in the Arctic. Now, I disagree with that project, but it's better oil that came from the tar sands from Alberta. Lastly, Joe Biden restored the environmental rules, the 100 environmental rules that were rolled back by President Trump. I'm an environmentalist. I believe all of your children and everyone in this country should have clean water and clean air, and I think we can achieve that. And thirdly and lastly, Joe Biden restored our national parks that President Trump, the first president in history to remove protected land for all of us, your children, your grandchildren, those grandchildren, everyone, to enjoy. So he's environmentally sound. He is an oil producer. He's a human who believes in human rights. And I believe, regardless if you are a President Trump supporter, that he loves you and he wants your life to be better. He did not snap his fingers and tell Putin to invade Ukraine. That's why the gas prices in the world. He did not snap his finger and create the pandemic that happened. Those things created the inflation. Again, I'll close with, I love you. And try to look at yourself as the only living being within light years of this planet that we live on.
All right, next is Abilene, Kansas. And Roger, hi there, Democratic caller.
Yes. I don't believe I would support Joe Biden again. I'm in agriculture. Every product I bought, beginning with oil and gasoline, diesel fuel, fertilizer, doubled and tripled with Joe Biden. And, people say these oil companies are gouging people. I don't know if they have ever had a class in economics. If I'm an oil company and I'm buying crude at $34 a barrel, and all of a sudden it goes to $80 a barrel.
Sorry about that, folks. Family.
And that's what they had to do because the crude went up so high. Biden, his open policy, when he shut down our oil production, it shocked me. But I did do what I could do as far as bought as much diesel ahead, went to the bank, borrowed money. That's the other thing. Money I borrow went from 5%, now it's 8.5%. Farmers operate on large amounts of money. I have a
I am the Benny. Just call it like C-SPAN, like every day. It's Benny from New York. Yeah, and no, my name is not Benny. But why?
This president is trying to. I really don't know who's guiding our country because I have really been worried about him and his idea now to run for president again. And he's already announced he's going to pretty much run it from the basement. Who is controlling this country? The border is another thing that I just cannot believe. I never dreamed I would see people cross the border in the magnitude it does right now.
What are you talking about?
Kansas, just to let you know about some of our coverage on the C-SPAN networks. In addition to the House and Senate coverage on a busy Wednesday here, our coverage includes, coming up live today at 10 o'clock Eastern, the Senate Judiciary Committee holding a hearing on what's known as the abortion pill, mifepristone. This is following the Supreme Court ruling, which put the lower court rulings on hold and keeping the pill on the market. That hearing is live at 10 a.m. on C-SPAN 3. It's also on the free mobile app and at cspan.org. Randi Weingarten will be testifying this afternoon. She's the head of the American Federation of Teachers, and she'll be testifying on the impact of school closures during the COVID pandemic. That's the Select Subcommittee on the Coronavirus Pandemic. It's live on C-SPAN 3 as well, on the mobile app and streaming live also. And the South Korean president, Yoon Suk Yeol, is in Washington with a number of events, including a state dinner at the White House today, a joint news conference coming up live. Want to let you know, though, about our live coverage of a joint meeting of Congress. President Yoon will be speaking to the House and Senate.
Literally just call.
Live coverage
Literally just
at 11 a.m. Eastern tomorrow on the C-SPAN networks. Suzanne is in Cincinnati. Suzanne, go ahead on the independent line.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
I am not supporting either President Biden or former President Trump. I hope it's not a rematch between those two, and I am an independent. I've been a Republican and I've been a Democrat, and I've left both parties because I've lost respect for both of them, actually. Though I have to say, I think President Biden is being unfairly blamed for the inflation that we're having. The inflation that we're having is
dude, I am like proud of that right there.
He's not solely responsible for it. And
yes, woman from home.
I also think that former President Trump was not truthful about the election being stolen from him, and there have been times when we haven't been told the truth entirely by Democrats either. So, you know, that's my position. I'm not sure who I'm going to be voting for, but it won't be either President Biden or President Trump. Thank you very much.
Next is North Charleston, South Carolina. Lee, Democratic caller there. Go ahead.
Thanks.
Hey, Lee, do us a favor. Mute your volume on your television, then go ahead with your comment.
Okay. Thanks. I believe Joe Biden's done a good job considering the situation he came into. We knew that we needed somebody with true leadership to try to get us out of this matter that we were in, and he's been doing a good job considering. He's made some mistakes. We're not perfect. He's not perfect. People are focused on his age.
Just share that in IRI's Discord.
Great-grandfathers, they were wise, and I appreciate their knowledge of what we need to.
What is left flank Vets doing right now too? I was actually shocked that he's like.
We have is people.
Is he on right now? I don't think he is. No, he is on.
The same.
They still Morbin?
Like for instance, there wasn't one Republican.
Yo, he's literally watching C-SPAN too.
The stimulus, in other words,
he's got the bingo squares, Ukraine, Mute TV, fentanyl.
Not one. Marco Rubio, he's talking all of this
I think
stuff about what the country.
No, he just got bingo.
Because of Joe Biden.
He got the Mute TV just now. I think. Wait.
Say and done has been negative. I'm tired of.
What do you guys think? You guys think he got everything?
Coming from leaders, and these people have to be replaced.
Joe Biden, obviously. Trump got mentioned.
Mobilize.
Open border, fentanyl.
People out of office. They are the threat.
Inflation, Mute. I think Ukraine and Putin are the only two things that haven't been touched yet.
Or whomever, my uncles, all family. Everybody has a way of doing things in life, trying to get along with each other as human beings. But we have people who just want to, what do you want to do? Create a war amongst your own neighbor?
All right, Lee in South Carolina, thanks for that. Just an update on Capitol Hill. The House is coming in at 10 o'clock Eastern today, and it looks likely they will take up the debt ceiling legislation. This is a tweet from Olivia Beavers, who covers the Hill for Politico. And an early morning tweet, she says, around 2 a.m., Republican leadership did move to change the debt ceiling text with a manager's amendment in rules that helps address some Republicans' work requirement demands and Midwestern Republicans' concerns on ethanol. Further reporting on that this morning from Roll Call, their headline, House GOP revises debt limit package to win over holdouts. writing that Republican leaders agreed to make several substantive changes to their debt limit increase measure in the wee hours of Wednesday morning as they worked to lock down wavering Republican lawmakers for the expected party line vote this week. The House Rules Committee backed a rule for floor debate that would self-execute revisions in a 3-page manager's amendment from the bill's lead sponsor, Jody Arrington of Texas, submitted after midnight. Again, they finished up their work very early this morning. We'll have live coverage of the House beginning at 10 o'clock Eastern, of course, here on C-SPAN.
Oh, you know
Next
what?
Next is Jan calling from Yorktown, Virginia, independent line.
You know what I have to do first for that,
good morning,
too? Because the
everyone.
bot is just...
Yes,
Okay, I know what I have to do.
Again for Joe Biden, President Joe Biden. He will be my first choice, as he was in the last election. I was so happy to see that seditious, narcissistic sociopath leave the White House and Joe come in and
Bring a certain level of respectability to the office again. I'm just wondering what's going to happen with
right that want to act out, and us people that want to get along in life and live in a good democratic society will continue. So every time the Republicans open their mouths and have a war against women, I say, well,
dude, they're gonna abortion, trans rights. It's all going to fall on them too. Tennessee 3 trying to expel those 3 lawmakers. What's going on in Montana right now with that one trans legislator? It's fucking nuts, dude.
Morning.
Was it Zoe Zephyr?
Yeah. Biden in 2024.
I think today I read.
I feel he's the best.
Whoa! What are you doing?
In the state that our country is in.
I think today what they're trying to do is either they're going to expel her or they're going to censure her. Bro, they're going to open up a can of worms if they attempt to expel her. Censoring is one thing.
Who sits in the office, and Biden has that. Trump never did, and I too feel that Biden gets blamed for everything.
Yes.
I've never seen a president that gets blamed for every little thing, and it's really, really sad.
The former president took to his social media platform, Truth Social, yesterday with his response to the Joe Biden announcement.
You could take the 5 worst presidents in American history and put them together, and they would not have done the damage Joe Biden has done to our nation in just a few short years. Not even close. Thanks to Joe
Godspeed,
Biden's
Donald.
socialist
Hope you win the
spending
nomination. I really do
calamity,
actually hope he wins the nomination.
American families are being decimated by the worst inflation in half a century. Banks are failing, our currency is crashing, and the dollar will soon no longer be
The one
the
bank
world
there was a
standard,
bank run on failed.
which will be our greatest defeat in over 200 years. Real wages have been falling.
What's your take on
24 months in a
abortion
row.
again for the
In other words,
evangelicals who hate you?
workers have gotten a pay cut each and
They'll
every
vote for him
month
still.
for 2 straight years.
That's the thing
We
too.
have surrendered our energy independence.
Unironically, that's his real.
just
That's
like
probably
we
his real position that should be
surrendered in
left up to the states.
Afghanistan,
Honestly, his real
which we
position is
had just a
probably
short time ago,
he doesn't
and
give
the
a shit,
price of
but
gasoline just hit
he's
a
probably paid for his fair
5-month
share of
high,
abortions.
and it's going much higher than that. Under my leadership, we had the most secure border in U.S. history by far. Never had a border like this. Under Biden, the southern border has been abolished and millions of illegal aliens have been released into our communities. What's happening now is beyond belief.
And a bit more from the Trump campaign from Mediaite. No, Trump signals he will refuse to partake in Republican debates. I don't want to be libeled and abused. Former President Donald Trump signaled to his fellow Republicans he is not interested in participating in the 2024 primary debates, at least as far as they've been planned to date. The presumptive frontrunner took to social
That'll be
media
bad
to
for the other
quote,
Republicans
"Nobody got
too.
my approval or the
It's a
approval of
power
the
move
Trump
on his
campaign
part.
before announcing the debates.
Because he has more to lose and participate. Well,
the first on Fox News.
to be honest with you, when he was doing the debates during the 2016 election, like a Republican nominee, Republican primary, it was one of the most like entertaining things you could ever see on TV.
Garbage Trump just spoke about. I'm going to vote for Joe Biden. But you know what? What's what confuses me is I hear a lot of callers, a lot of times from the Republican side, say how they're struggling, the gas prices are high, they're not getting any help. I live in Washington, D.C., and we get taxed without, we are taxed without even having a vote in the Senate or the Congress. We pay some of the highest taxes.
Speak.
But we protect our citizens with programs that'll help them have good lives. And I'm trying to figure out what happens to the federal funds that are distributed to Mississippi, Louisiana, and all of these red states who call in and say their gas prices are high, they don't have any type of assistance. It's not that they're not getting the money. It's what are the politicians doing with the money that's not getting to the people who actually needs it.
I'm looking at you, Brett Favre. That's low-hanging fruit.
Negative rhetoric and start finding out where are their federal dollars going.
I wonder what's going to go on with that. That case is still ongoing.
Thanks for that, Monique. A couple of comments via social media and by text. This one says, my biggest problem with Biden and most elected officials is how out of touch they are with the average citizen. Typically come from money and spend their political careers where they get another free ride.
Biden didn't come from money.
Yes, I will vote for President Biden in 2024. The thought of going back to, quote, unprecedented breaking news every single day of madness and chaos Trump represents is the last things Americans want or need, says Deborah in Tarzana, California. One more. As an independent, I'm constantly asking myself the question, am I better off now than I was prior to his election? The answer at this point is a definite no. So I will not be voting for Joe Biden, says John in Wisconsin.
How are you like different from like when like so what's changed then?
Hi there.
Or what hasn't changed?
Hi, good morning. First of all, I just wanted to say Trump is always good for a laugh in the morning. And second of all, I wish Joe Biden was the true socialist that Trump paints him to be. I would love it if he nationalized the oil industry. But I'm going to be throwing my support behind Marianne Williamson this cycle. President Biden is a huge letdown if you're a progressive. He didn't fight hard enough for a minimum wage.
Was he going to pass the Senate?
He still refuses to legalize marijuana, which is something easy that he could do.
He could do that too.
Marianne is
he could do that, but the problem is
she's also for
the backlash.
Free college. She's for
as a political move.
Student debt, not just doing
also, I just don't think that he's like that progressive on like drug use. To be honest with you,
wanted to do, but easily got struck down in the courts. Just by and far away, if you're a progressive, Marianne Williamson has all the progressive values that you want. She's not corrupted. She doesn't get.
She's not going to win.
She deserves in the media. Like the ladies on The View can lie about her without any pushback, but that's a story for another day, perhaps. But Marianne is the best candidate, in my opinion. So,
thanks, John. Huntsville, Alabama. Lois, good morning.
Good morning. I am a first-time caller.
Great.
And I have been trying to get on C-SPAN for years. Thank you for taking my call. I just want to say that I am going to vote for President Joe Biden. I am of age, and everyone that I talk to, whether they're young or old or middle-aged, in my circle, are going to vote for Joe Biden. We are President Joe Biden. We are just shocked at how people can forget how this country was before he became president. He has tried to bring in the Republicans, the Independent, and the Democrat, and you can't do what the Republicans don't want to do.
Lois, I'm glad you got through. We're going to have to wrap it up for this segment, but call us back when you get a chance. Good to have our first-time callers here on the program. There is more chance for you to call in as well. Coming up next, we'll be joined by Wall Street Journal senior reporter Haruna Vishnawatha, and we'll be talking about the latest developments in the investigation, the criminal investigation into Hunter Biden. Later, Aaron Wyth, the CEO of the Freedom Foundation, will talk about today's House Oversight Subcommittee hearing on the consequences of pandemic-era school closures.
Come in and take a seat.
Book TV. every Sunday on C-SPAN 2 features leading authors discussing their latest.
I might have to go and get some more coffee after this. I want to fill up my water too.
Former Bridgewater Associates CEO and 2022 U.S. Senate candidate David McCormick outlines his vision for a better future for America with his book Superpower.
See what Carantos is doing. Is he is IRI streaming right now? I don't think he is.
Author of Mott Street reflects on her family's American experience across 5 generations and the impact the Chinese Exclusion Act had on her family and community. She's interviewed by Yale University American Studies and History professor Mary Lou. Watch Book TV every Sunday on C-SPAN 2 and find a full schedule on your program guide
here.
or watch online anytime at booktv.org.
The very first president to attend the White House Correspondents' Dinner was Calvin Coolidge in 1924. I'd just been elected to the United States Senate.
The White House Correspondents' Dinner, Washington's premier black tie event, is Saturday at 8 p.m. Eastern. Watch C-SPAN's live coverage from the Washington
I think Donald Trump has it right. I think there's like too much of a close relationship between.
This year's headliner is the Daily
Show's Roy he's going to do a great
Jr.
job.
And President Biden is expected to speak. The White House Correspondents' Dinner, live.
I think there's too close relationship between reporters and like the White House. To be honest with you, I think there should be a healthy distance between these so they can be combative with the White House. But the problem is they want access. That's the problem.
Prize winners in C-SPAN Student Cam Video Documentary Contest are Pareem Shah and Nimay Sharma, 8th graders at Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School in Germantown, Maryland, for their documentary, Where's My Data? Data Privacy and Its Real-World Impact. Watch the grand prize and all winning documentaries online at studentcam.org.
A healthy democracy doesn't just look like this. It looks like this, where Americans can see democracy at work. When citizens are truly informed, our republic thrives. Get informed straight from the source. On C-SPAN. Unfiltered, unbiased, word for word. From the nation's capital to wherever you are. Because the opinion that matters the most is your own. This is what democracy looks like. C-SPAN, powered by cable.
So we're just.
Journal continues.
Oh, there you go.
And we welcome Aruna Viswanathan back to the Washington Journal. She's a senior reporter with the Wall Street Journal and reporting on the Hunter Biden investigation. You and your colleagues at the Journal last week broke the story
that's right.
about an IRS whistleblower in the case of Hunter Biden. What did that whistleblower report? What's the latest on that?
So yeah, thanks for having me on. Great to be here. The IRS has a criminal investigations unit, and that unit, agents from that unit, in addition to the FBI, are involved in this investigation into Hunter Biden's taxes and financial dealings. And what this person is a supervisor of a group of agents, IRS criminal agents that have been working on this investigation. And we don't yet know a lot about the specific allegations, but what he has told Congress, or what his attorney has told Congress at this point, is that he has specific information about a senior political appointee saying something in sworn testimony that this individual believes is not accurate. He has information about specific political favoritism that seems to be shown to Hunter Biden that other individuals caught up in similar investigations may not be shown, and he said he has specific evidence to back this up, but we have not yet seen that. He has relayed to Congress that he has this information to share with them.
Back up on the story a little bit. You said this is the criminal investigation. They're looking into Hunter Biden's taxes. What do we know? What sort of information do we know that they're looking into?
So we've known for a few years now that this investigation has been underway. Hunter Biden himself disclosed it back in, if you remember, back in the fall of 2020, right after the presidential election.
Right.
And at that point, the investigation appeared to be pretty broad. Investigators were asking a lot of questions about his business dealings in Ukraine and China, his finances, and what we know is over the past couple of years that they've kind of narrowed the scope, and what they really appear to be honing in on right now is a few specific tax charges and then this one gun charge, which I can kind of get into more. But
yeah, tell us about the gun charge as well.
The gun charge, okay, so there's essentially 4 charges they seem to be looking at, is what we're told. 2 are these misdemeanor, didn't file your taxes kinds of charges.
Okay.
A third tax charge involves potentially evading his taxes through certain business expenses, and the 4th one is this gun charge where he appeared to have lied on an application to get a gun back in 2018.
Is this report, is this letter by the
Then charge him. If he broke, he should be above the law too. Just because his last name is Biden. That's my take on it. Then charge him.
The whistleblowers report. Is there
If you got evidence to charge him and it warrants jail time, charge him and put him in jail.
Right.
Try him. Put him in jail.
Taxpayer
Simple.
information is among the most protected within the U.S. government. So since this individual works at the IRS and this involves an investigation into an individual taxpayer, it's not as easy as just going to
Trump
Congress
voter.
and saying, here's my information. They have to, there's a lot of protections in place. So with Congress, there's only two or three committees that specifically focus on tax issues that are even authorized to potentially get information about individual taxpayers. And we saw this play out over the past couple of years with the effort to get former President Donald Trump's tax returns. And so here, these specific tax committees have to kind of grant him whistleblower status and authorize him to provide his information. So we'll see that process play out over the next few months, I think. They'll give him that status. He will come in and share what he has to share, and after that, maybe we'll start to hear more publicly what that information is.
Tell us about the structure of the criminal investigation being headed by David Weiss in terms of, can he, as the lead investigator, can he bring charges against, will he be able to bring charges against Hunter Biden, or does that have to go through the Attorney General?
Right. So David Weiss is the U.S. Attorney in Delaware. He was appointed in the Trump administration. Not really known as sort of a political actor, but a longtime Delaware lawyer. When Merrick Garland came in with the Biden administration, he kept David Weiss on and said, I'm going to have him run this investigation to give it sort of a modicum of impartiality, and it doesn't look like the Biden administration is directing what happens in this. So U.S. attorneys have wide latitude to bring cases that they think are appropriate. In specific instances, like in tax cases, they have to get sign-off from the tax division at Justice Department headquarters, but that doesn't mean they need the Attorney General's sign-off.
Are there any signs that they're close to some sort of movement, whether an indictment or otherwise?
It does seem like we have to assume that they're getting close. We have heard for months that investigators, at least some of the agents involved, believe they had enough to charge him. We understand there's been a bit of a delay. Prosecutors are weighing various other factors they have to consider. But given that some of this activity dates back to 2018, you've got an election that's sort of going to be underway soon. We have to assume that this is going to get resolved within the next, we're going to see a decision being made in the next few months.
Our guest, Vision Nawatha, is a senior reporter for the Wall Street Journal. Her regular beat is covering national security issues, the FBI, the Justice Department. We're particularly focusing on the Hunter Biden investigation, the criminal investigation here, and reporting of
I got no problem with them investigating him and
on a whistleblower letter to Congress,
charging him and then putting him in jail if he broke the law.
It's 202-748-8001.
Nobody on my side of the aisle gives a
That's
shit,
the line
dude.
for Republicans, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, and independents and others, 202-748-8002. And we'll get to calls momentarily, but I thought it'd be worthwhile to hear from
You think I can double
what
dip on the
Merrick Garland
text?
had to say about the whistleblower report in a back and forth with Senator Chuck Grassley at a hearing last week. Let's take a look at that.
Recent lawfully protected whistleblower disclosures to my office indicate that the Justice Department and the FBI had at one time over a dozen sources that provided potentially criminal information relating to Hunter Biden. The alleged volume and similarity of the information would demand that the Justice Department investigate the truth and accuracy of the information. According to Accordingly, what steps has the Justice Department taken to determine the truth and accuracy of information provided? Congress and the American people, I think, have a right to know.
So, as the committee well knows from my confirmation hearing, I promised to leave the matter of Hunter Biden in the hands of the U.S. Attorney for the District of Delaware, who was appointed in the previous administration. So, any information like that should have gone, or should have gone to that U.S. Attorney's offices and the FBI squad that's working with him. I have pledged not to interfere with that investigation, and I have carried through on my pledge.
In April 2022, you testified to Senator Hagerty that the Hunter Biden investigation was insulated from political interference because it was assigned to, as you just now told me, to the Delaware Attorney's Office. However, that could be misleading because without special counsel authority, he could need permission of another U.S. attorney in certain circumstances to bring charges outside the District of Delaware.
I'm not that knowledgeable of.
Clarification from you with respect to these concerns.
The U.S. Attorney in Delaware has been advised that he has full authority to make those kind of referrals that you're talking about, or to bring cases in other jurisdictions if he feels it's necessary. And I will assure that if he does, he will be able to do that.
And Aruna Vishnawat, the Attorney General, clearly they're trying to keep those firewalls, erect those firewalls that he said he would on his confirmation about Hunter Biden.
That's right. He's main justice, as Justice Department headquarters is called, has generally taken a pretty hands-off approach to this whole investigation, and
which is the right thing to do.
Probably couldn't even pick David Weiss out of a lineup.
But the nature of the whistleblower's letter is to the effect that there may have been some undue influence in that investigation. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Right. So he is saying that he has evidence that he has direct knowledge of some kind of interference and political favoritism. We don't yet know the specifics of what he's alleging, but he is saying that there is some. We don't yet know who exactly he's alleging potentially meddled in this investigation or what exactly they did, but that is what he's alleging.
And has that letter by the whistleblower been released publicly?
It has been sent to Congress and several committees, and I believe some of them may have released it, but I'm not certain.
All right, let's get to our callers. We'll go to Richard, who's on the Republican line in Savannah, Georgia. Good morning, Richard. Go ahead.
Good morning. My question is about the letter from 50 intelligence operatives prior to the election, where they said that the laptop was disinformation. Now it's been said and confirmed that Anthony Blinken actually started that letter, and then after the election, obviously became Secretary of State. So my question is, is number one, is he compromised? Is Biden compromised, around with China, et cetera? But should Anthony Blinken be impeached? Thank you.
Aruna Viswanathan.
In terms of that letter that these intelligence officials wrote before the election, that was specifically about that laptop that was part of the investigation. As far as we know right now, the investigation and the charges that he's facing don't specifically relate to the contents of that laptop, and so I don't have that much information to share specifically about the laptop.
On the Weiss investigation, has Hunter Biden met with that criminal investigation unit?
They are working, so the way it works generally, the team at the IRS criminal unit and the FBI agents, they would be the ones that investigate the case and then bring it to David Weiss and his fellow prosecutors. So they are working together on this.
Next up is Mike in Chatham, New Jersey. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you. Aruna, thank you for your reporting and essentially what went on. I have two simple questions. This case has been going on for 5 years. Tax evasion involves a very simple matter. Did you write a check to the IRS for how much income tax you owe, or did you not? It doesn't require corroborating witnesses, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This leads me to the belief that this thing has been absolutely covered up. Because if you deal with the IRS, I can tell you, you'll get resolved within a year. 5 years for a check, it's ridiculous.
I don't think it's just simple tax evasion, though, from what's being discussed right now.
The specificity of this charge and how easily it would have been to resolve under most circumstances. Did he write a check to the IRS? The second question I have is more essentially.
Also, he's contesting it too, from what I understand as well.
Money for a variety of reasons. There's 12 people that are named as essentially recipients of those monies. Are those people being investigated for tax evasion? Thank you very much. I'll listen.
Okay.
Thanks. So, right, it's a good question. Why is it sort of taken so long? What we do know is that for at least from the from dating back to 2018 through 2020, the investigation was much broader than just tax evasion. They were looking at a variety of charges. They were looking at, you know, his work in Ukraine with these Chinese business partners, and that our understanding is took some time to kind of narrow in on what they believed they could prove. We do know that they did arrive at this conclusion that they could, at least some investigators arrived at a conclusion that they thought they could prove some counts against him quite a while ago, but we know that prosecutors have been weighing a lot of other factors over the course of many months, and we do expect to see some kind of resolution or in the coming months, but it is a good question why it's taken so long.
Bob is calling from Illinois on the Democrats line. Good morning.
Good morning, C-SPAN. You know, do they understand that the Republicans understand that Biden had a son that died? I mean, front and center. That doesn't mean he shouldn't be investigated, his other son. But in front and center, how that 6'6" Billy Trump's kids made Saudi Arabia buy that. Make them the front and center. It's been years since.
Problem is, did he do anything illegal? Is there any proof of that? I know where the guy's coming from, but is there any proof? Is there any proof of any illegal activity versus this too, where it looks like they actually have proof of illegal activity? It just depends whether or not he's gonna end up going to jail. And honestly, he probably won't end up going to jail for anything too. He'll probably pay like a hefty fine, and that's it.
Go ahead, Rick.
Thank you. Boy, and I'm glad I get to follow. Sorry, the prior caller, a Democrat, who's using the whataboutism. So for me, I mean, I look back at the scandal of following the money, and sorry if I hearken to like Hollywood and All the President's Men, but seeing the hardcore, the hard-nosed investigative reporting that went into, right, eventually leading to the resignation of Richard Nixon. So in this day and age, there's so much other things out there. There's more news sources. How are the investigative reporters doing on this? And are we digging deep enough? And how do you follow the money on this? Because just seems to me to be so dirty, so obviously corrupt. But maybe I'm not smart
That he
enough to
cheated on
understand
his
that.
taxes?
All right, Rick.
Are you trying to like make a?
How do you follow the money? What's next in your report?
That he's cheated on his taxes. That's it. Like, how is it like Joe Biden's fault?
The Wall Street Journal and many other publications have kind of reported extensively on Hunter Biden's business dealings and sort of other family members and some of his interactions with. In Ukraine and China and things like that, and we have spent a lot of time doing that. None of our reporting seems to directly link any of his business dealings with those of President Biden's, and so that's where you don't really see everyone piling in, because we don't see that. We haven't found that link in his dealings, but we have explored that pretty extensively.
Because there is no link, but okay, that's fine. They can dig into it.
Your reporting on this will take you, or are you looking to take you?
I think right now we are trying to figure out what happens with this criminal investigation. It's been going on a long time. The 2024 election is heating up, and we anticipate that a decision to come to some kind of decision point in the next few months.
All right, on to Ottumwa, Iowa. Kim is on the independent line.
I was listening to this young lady. She said they didn't investigate Jared Kushner, but they did more extent into Biden. It was reported through the New York Times that he took money from Saudi Arabia, and he worked in the federal government. Hunter Biden didn't. So is whataboutism, and it is, definitely. Corruption is corruption. It's no matter what. It's not no who more corrupt or who less corrupt. If they all took money from foreign countries and did some corrupt, it's all of them, not one or the other. So I wish you just told us that as a reporter, you didn't investigate Jared Kushner. You only looking at Hunter Biden. That's bias. Thank you.
All right. Rita, you want to respond to that?
Well, I'll just say that some of my colleagues have reported on the investments that Jared Kushner had raised in the Middle East after leaving the White House. As far as I know, that has not been the subject of a Justice Department investigation, a criminal investigation. And
mostly because there's no concrete evidence of it. People are aware of it too, but I don't think there's any paperwork that leads it to. Remember, it was a whistleblower that gave him that Hunter Biden information.
I just want to build on what the previous caller just pointed out. Why is this a story? Hunter Biden is not an elected official. He does not work for the federal government. He does not work for his father's administration. It's just a fishing expedition. They're just going to keep floating out these stories such as this.
It's Joe Biden's son, that's why.
And nothing's going to come of it. Again, it's been 5 years. They've moved on from the laptop. No one's talking about the laptop anymore because there's no story there. Your guest just mentioned that.
Listen, they saw his dick and they was like, all right, we can't fuck with his dick anymore. He's got big dick. That's from what I understand too. And yes, people send me the links, and I clicked on them, and yes, he does have a horse dick.
Federal government when all these things supposedly occurred. So there's really no story there. This is just the typical Republican Fox News playbook, just to keep floating out these conspiracy theories. And I suspect the closer we get to 2024, some made-up story is going to come out of it, and the whole point is to hurt Biden in his re-election bid. So thanks, guys.
All right. Do you want to respond to that?
So I'll just say that in terms of why we think it's a story, you're right. Hunter Biden was never in government office, and he's not been in this administration. But from a reporting perspective, it's something we would like to explore when you have the president's son being investigated for his own issues, and how an administration that works for the president, how they end up dealing with it. That is a very sensitive issue, and one we think is worth exploring.
But to the caller's point on the politicization of this story, sometimes it made the editorial cartoonist in the Washington Post do this: 4 more years, Joe Biden, a couple of Republicans behind the tree, and tagged on to the campaign bus here in this cartoon is Hunter Biden's laptop. Texburg, Pennsylvania, next up. Frank on the Republican line. Good morning, sir.
Yes, I'm here. I'd like to make a comment about Hunter Biden would not even be in the news if it would not be for who his father is.
Yeah.
And on top of all that, I'd also like to say, which one of us as a parent would put our children in a position with all the money that's been taken and foreign monies, which one of us as a parent would have one of our children pimped out and bringing money back in to the family in such a manner? That's all I'd like to say.
Aruna Vishnawatha, the Hunter Biden has been a regular part of even the early days of the administration in events. He accompanied his father on the recent Ireland trip. So the president, while he may not be commenting on the case, certainly is showing that he's supporting Hunter by having him around on events like that.
Right. Throughout this investigation, we get a clear sense that the president has supported his son on a personal level, and he's gone through some pretty hard times, drug abuse and depression, and the president has sort of supported him at a personal level through all that. And I think we see that reflected.
It's Kathleen up next, Democrats line, Guilderland, New York. Welcome.
Yes, thank you. I don't too much care about this investigation, not really, because name somebody that doesn't know someone in this country that's been lost, or been, kind of led astray a little bit or went astray, so... and not only that, it's not like he took a gun and shot up a school, and going around shooting people. You know what I mean? And, as far as tax, go ahead and investigate, whatever, but I'm not too into this, investigation. I love Joe Biden. That's his son. He loves his son. I mean, it's just that simple.
All right, Kathleen, a question for you from Teresa in Arkansas, who asked this. Is there more than one whistleblower? Do investigations usually take this long since 2018 to the present?
Right. So in terms of the number of employee, like FBI and IRS employees that have come forward seeking whistleblower status, several of them have come forward with allegations potentially related to this Hunter Biden investigation. Some of the earlier people that have come forward don't appear to have direct knowledge. Some of them came from the FBI's Washington field office, which was a unit that's not directly handling this investigation. So those complaints, I think, have not gained as much traction. This new one that was released last week appears to be coming from someone who is directly supervising this investigation and sitting in on these meetings. And so to that extent, it seems like someone that potentially has more specific information to share.
Do you have an idea of the size, the number of people involved in this investigation from DOJ?
So I don't think we have like specific numbers. We know that the U.S. Attorney's Office, there's a couple of prosecutors involved, and then with the FBI, the Baltimore field office tends to cover Delaware, and so they've been the ones taking the lead on this. And then you have some agents from the IRS as well. So you've got teams from multiple agencies and then several prosecutors.
All right. Next up is Karen, who's in Alabaster, Alabama, Republican caller.
Yeah. Hey, good morning. So I just wanted to call in, and people are calling in asking why they're not investigating the Trump family kids, and there's a big difference between the two. Hunter Biden has getting money from China, specifically other countries too, but let's just say China. They've been getting money from China, and they haven't really sold it. What are they selling to China to get that money? In addition to that, not only is he benefiting,
this is an operative, man. Bro, you can't change my mind that Republican operatives don't like call into this show.
But the other problem we have is that the other thing I want to say is that the Trump kids, he's dealing with Saudi Arabia after he left the government. It has nothing to do with being in the government. He's not selling his services of the government.
This deal happened like during
James Comer's investigation, the House Oversight Committee investigation. Is his committee's looking into a number of things about Hunter Biden, the Biden family? Are the tax issues also part of their investigation?
No, the Saudi Arabia deal happened during the administration. They might have closed the deal, but it happened. The talks were happening during the administration.
And as far as we know,
it was during the Trump administration, because they wouldn't have spoken to Jared Kushner because they wanted access to Donald Trump.
Violations. And before I forget, the previous caller had just asked, is it normal for investigations to take this long? And I would just add that when you're talking about these very complicated financial cases, they do tend to take several years. This one, the fact that they've narrowed in on specific tax charges seems to be taking a little bit longer than most, but it's also a more sensitive investigation than most. So it's not something outrageously long at this point.
All right, one more call on this. We'll go to Jennifer in California, a Democratic caller. Go ahead.
Oh, good morning, C-SPAN. I have a question for your guest. Since we all know now that Fox News lies to its people, and since the Wall Street Journal is also owned by Fox News, meaning Rupert Murdoch, does that mean that we can rely on the news from the Wall Street Journal?
You get to the final word on this, Aruna.
Well, the Wall Street Journal's news section and its editorial section are very separate. We have different reporting structures. We don't deal with anything that the opinion side does, and they don't deal with anything that the news side does. And on the news side, we try to be as accurate as possible, collecting information from every side of a story and presenting it as factually as we can.
Fucking savage,
do,
dude.
And I hope we sometimes succeed.
And Aruna Vishnawatha, senior reporter with the Wall Street Journal, Chic, and her reporting can be found at WSJ.com. Thanks so much for being with us this morning.
Thank you.
Still to come on the program, next up we will be joined by Aaron Wyth. He is CEO of the Freedom Foundation. We'll be talking about a House Oversight Subcommittee hearing today that's looking into the consequences of pandemic-era school closures. Later, we'll be joined by Democratic Congressman Adriano Espaillat of New York, talking about the latest on the debt ceiling negotiations and debate likely coming up today in the U.S. House.
If you want to know who the Freedom Foundation is, conservative think tank.
Since the last American combat soldiers left Vietnam in 1973. And Saturday, live on American History TV on C-SPAN 2, watch a day-long conference
Conservative
from George Washington University,
economic policy issues,
50 years
which
at
is
the end of
cut
Vietnam War.
everything.
Beginning at 9 a.m. Eastern, hear first-hand accounts and analysis of the war from Vietnam War veterans, journalists, diplomats, historians, and military leaders. Speakers include veterans, former Secretary of Defense Chuck Hagel, former Nebraska Senator Bob Kerrey, Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Philip Caputo, Columbia University historian Leanne Hang Nguyen, Vietnam War correspondents and authors Peter Osnos and Elizabeth Becker, former U.S. Ambassador to Vietnam Raymond Burr.
Go ahead.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer spoke on the floor about the House GOP's plan for the debt ceiling, criticizing the proposal and claiming that it would be, quote, dead on arrival if it were sent to the Senate.
Mr. President, for months, the American people have demanded House Republicans stop their hostage-taking and show us a plan to avoid default. Last week, House Republicans failed in their assignment yet again. Speaker McCarthy rolled out a wish list straight out of the Freedom Caucus playbook. It might as well be called the Default on America Act, because that's exactly what it is. DOA. Instead of doing what both sides have done many times before, avoiding default without preconditions, Speaker McCarthy and House Republicans want to force working Americans to accept either a punch to the gut or a blow to the head. Either the U.S. defaults on national debt for the first time in American history, or MAGA Republicans get their way and America defaults on everything else, on our future and our security, on our promise to care for veterans and law enforcement, and the American middle class. Either way, Republicans are promising real pain for American families when they bring their Default on America Act to the House floor this week. According to one study by Moody's Analytics,
that's good.
The DOA could send us into a damaging recession. So let me say one more time, what Republicans released last week was not so much a plan as it was a threat.
Oh, we got a new campaign ad.
On America. Either we default on the national debt, or we default on everything else through extreme cuts that will harm millions of people, that is so unpopular with the American public that the Republican House has had to hide it. For all of the GOP's lip service about public safety, the House DOA Act defaults on America's law enforcement and first responders. Nearly 30,000 law enforcement jobs across the country would be cut under the Republicans' DOA Act. Over $8 billion in funding for the DOJ would be eliminated. Donald Trump called for Republicans to defund law enforcement, and now it looks like House Republicans
I didn't give a shit about this.
But that's just the start.
The Freedom Foundation. There's more Republican brain rot.
Also spelled disaster for American families and American health care. Parents who struggle affording child care would see over 100,000 child care slots eliminated under the GOP proposal.
Damn straight.
Preventing moms and dads from getting a job. or finishing their education since they can't afford to pick up their kids in daycare. Over 21 million Americans would be at risk of losing their health care coverage. 21 million Americans losing health coverage, while hospitals would see billions in funding disappear. Hospitals, patient groups, doctors, you name it, they're all coming out in droves to oppose this measure. We just endured a global pandemic that claimed the lives of over 1 million Americans. And House Republicans want to cut funding for health care and hospitals? Utterly revolting. But the damage isn't just limited to American families. The Republican DOA Act would cripple America's ability to stay ahead of the Chinese Communist Party. After all the work we did last year on chips and science, the Republican bill would slash billions from cutting-edge research and prevent us from fully implementing chips and science. The damage would be measured in countless jobs lost, billions squandered, private investment. That's the last thing we can afford as President Xi and the CCP work to outcompete America on the world stage, squandering all that great private investment that is now coming to America. And let's not forget, should this Republican DOA bill go into effect, taxes will go up for small businesses who no longer benefit from the green energy tax credits Democrats passed last year. Many of these green tax credits support job creation in Republican districts, jobs that Republicans are happy to take credit for while working behind the scenes to destroy them. It is the dictionary definition of hypocrisy. Finally, the House Default on America Act would break America's promise to our veterans, gutting funding for new VA facilities, funding for housing and food security and addiction treatment, and even endangering 81,000 jobs across the Veterans Administration. How could House Republicans possibly think it's okay to cut funding for our veterans in exchange for lifting the debt ceiling? What kind of message does that send to our military families, our service members? If MAGA Republicans want to sell their cuts to the American people, they should not do so in the middle of discussions to avoid default. That discussion properly belongs in conversations about the budget, not here. And we'll be happy to discuss those cuts with them, oppose them as we might, in the budget, not as a prelude to default. In the meantime, I urge Speaker McCarthy to stop wasting any more time on this DOA dead on arrival bill.
Good job, Senator Schumer. That's my senator right there. That's 10 a.m. That should be a good one. Shit. It's about 2 hours. Ugh.
That was not happening in liberal states across America. So as much as we want to make this a federal issue, it really wasn't. Randy Weingarten used the CDC as coverage for liberal governors as coverage so that they could justify shutting down schools. But really, the real damage was done at the state level, not the federal level.
Aaron Wyth is CEO of the Freedom Foundation. Welcome your calls and comments on this topic at 202-748.
I have like no interest. Another fucking right wing think tank guy. I understand C-SPAN brings all these guys in, but I'm just like sick and tired of these guys coming in there too. See, Eli Mistel. If you don't know who this guy is, banger tweets.
Washington Journal continues.
We welcome back to the program Elie Mystal with The Nation. He serves as a justice correspondent and columnist. He also is the author of Allow Me to Retort, A Black Guy's Guide to the Constitution. Elie Mystal, thanks for coming back to the program.
Thanks for having me, Pedro. How are you?
Fine, thank you very much. As your writings have indicated over the last couple of weeks, you've been watching activities of the Supreme Court, not so much court cases, but the actual activities of the justices themselves. What have you learned over the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, it turns out having 9 unelected, unaccountable grand wizards in charge of policing themselves doesn't work out very well because they're incapable of policing themselves. And we saw that not just through the last couple of weeks with the rolling ethical disaster that is Clarence Thomas, but now we're seeing it this morning again with Justice Neil Gorsuch, based on the most recent Politico reporting.
This is the headline.
We got a video on that too, folks.
Just read you the headline. Law firm head bought Gorsuch-owned property. That's the story from Politico, but for those who haven't read it yet, encapsulate that for us.
Yeah, so Greenberg Traurig, which is one of the top 100 law firms in the country, the CEO of that firm's litigation department bought property that Neil Gorsuch had been trying to sell for 2 years. They bought the property 9 days after Gorsuch was confirmed to the Supreme Court, right? So right there you have the appearance of impropriety. But with Gorsuch, it's a little bit more interesting. See, Clarence Thomas has been running this thing just like, I don't know nothing about birthing no babies. He's acting like he is too stupid to have understood what he was supposed to disclose on his financial disclosure forms. Gorsuch is a little bit of a different case. Gorsuch disclosed the sale and disclosed that he made money off of the sale, but he didn't disclose who bought the property. That key information that the CEO of a litigation department that regularly has business in front of the court, Gorsuch left that field blank. So it's a pretty good indication that Gorsuch knew that he had to disclose something, knew that there was an ethical concern with the disclosure, and decided to leave it blank. To flip it around on the other side, the CEO, it's a man named Brian Duffy from Greenberg Traurig. He claims he didn't know he was buying the property from Gorsuch. If you believe that, okay. But when he found out that he bought the property from the Supreme Court justice, he had to submit his sale through his law firm's ethics committee to check for conflicts of interest and propriety and that kind of thing. So the guy who bought the property from the Supreme Court justice had to submit to some level of ethical scrutiny over the sale. The Supreme Court justice who sold it to him, no, he left that part out.
So in either of those instances, I'll play devil advocate for a bit as far as what rules, as far as the Supreme Court now has to undergo for disclosure, and when the various justices say, well, that was the rule back then until the recent updates and changes that we had. What do you make of that argument as far as the level of disclosure that justices have to give?
It's a really poor argument, right? Section 5 USC 13104, I believe, is the long-term federal disclosure statute that applies to federal judges. And the idea that you have to disclose land sales is not new. That is not a heightened level of scrutiny that has come up only in the modern era. It has been pretty standard and pretty obvious that you need to disclose who's buying your property, or in the Clarence Thomas situation, who's buying your mother's house and paying property taxes on it. Like that's not new. But the argument is also, I think, fails on a more intellectual level. Remember, we're dealing with Supreme Court justices. We're dealing with people who will say with certainty whether a pregnant person has a right to their own body, which will say with certainty how many guns a school shooter is allowed to have, who will say with certainty whether a person can be sentenced to die. And yet these 9 people are acting like they can't understand the disclosure requirement and it's too confusing and they're not sure what they're supposed to do. Come on. Like, who is that for? Who believes that, right? Either these people can fill out a form or they're hiding something.
So Senator Durbin has asked Chief Justice Roberts to come to the Hill to testify on this matter, to give his talk on ethics claim or ethics issues. Whether he'll come or not is still yet to be determined. But as far as the Chief Justice is concerned, what's his role in all of this as far as clearing up what's been going on over the last few weeks, and how far he should take it as far as the role that and the discussion he should be having on ethics?
Yeah, I mean, Durbin is acting like he and Roberts need to go out to lunch and hash it out in a handshake agreement over a beer. No, there needs to be congressional legislation to oversee the Supreme Court on the issue of ethics. In fact, there has been legislation proposed by Congressman Hank Johnson of Georgia, co-sponsored by Senator Chris Murphy of Connecticut, to impose ethics rules on the Supreme Court. Why is that not the discussion we're having, as opposed to Durbin politely asking John Roberts to come on by?
I wonder if they can force him to go. That's the only thing I don't know.
Roberts' official power, there is none, right? He doesn't have the authority to remove a Supreme Court justice or to punish a Supreme Court justice. Constitutionally, only impeachment can remove a Supreme Court justice, right? But Roberts is in the position where he could promulgate ethics rules for his own court. And if justices don't follow those ethics rules, he would at least be in a position to call them out, to use the power of the pulpit, to use the power of the press, to say, this is wrong, please stop it. That's not any official power, but I do think it would matter to certain people if John Roberts got up in front of a microphone and said, you know, the stuff that we've learned about Clarence Thomas, the stuff that we've learned about Neil Gorsuch is unacceptable, and we cannot have that here at this Supreme Court. That would mean something to somebody. Roberts won't do that.
And then as far as Justice Thomas or Justice Gorsuch or whatever the recent stories are, is it still in your mind to the level of appearance of wrongdoing, or was there actual wrongdoing?
I mean, figuring out the quid for the pro quo is the difficult part, right? In the Gorsuch situation, for instance, Greenberg-Traurig, one of their cases was the big-time Obama climate change case where Neil Gorsuch took a strident and extreme position against the Obama administration in alliance with the Greenberg-Traurig legal position. Did he do that because somebody bought his property? I can't say that. Gorsuch is legitimately an extremist, right? He doesn't like the administrative state. Like, there are rulings that Gorsuch could make without having to take money for them. Clarence Thomas, similarly, there are extremist things that Thomas believes that I don't think brother needs to get paid for. But the subtlety here, you have to understand how the Supreme Court opinions are made, right? So, like, you don't have to buy a Supreme Court justice's vote. Right? You don't have to get to that level to make good on your investment in their property.
And why hasn't he announced yet? I don't know why he's waiting.
All you need to buy is a line, right? One line here or there in a majority of opinion can dramatically shift and shape the law for future generations. You need to buy an adjective. You need to buy them deciding a case on one ground as opposed to another ground. They were always going to decide on your favor, but if they decide on your favor on point A as opposed to point B, that might be more helpful to you. That's where you might see the effect of some of this financial influence, but that effect is also fundamentally very difficult to prove to anybody's satisfaction, because you can't. It's hard to point to the line in the decision and say, that's what they paid for, right? You can't really do that.
Elie Mystal joining us again with The Nation. He's their justice correspondent and columnist. If you want to ask him questions, 202-748-8001 for Republicans, 202-748-8000 for Democrats, Independents, 202-748-8002, and you can text us at 202-748-8003. Our first call for you, sir, comes from Darnell. He's in Temple, Texas. Independent line. Darnell, you're on with Elie Mystal of The Nation. Good morning. Go ahead.
Changing the subject a little bit, do you think Hunter Biden is a perfect poster boy for white privilege?
Excuse me? Hunter, we're talking about Hunter Biden. So we could be talking about how two of the nine most powerful people in the country are allegedly on the take from rich Republican donors, but you want to talk about whether or not the president's son is an example of white privilege. Sure. Okay. Yes.
Gloria, Democrats line, Staten Island, New York.
Yeah.
Yes, I want to talk about Judge Thomas. I think that he should be set down because he's got a record go back a long ways of doing the wrong thing when he accused the lady of putting his, appropriately touching him, and he was found not guilty, which he is guilty, and there's no more right for him to get away with that than everybody else is punished. So why shouldn't he be punished? Thank you very much.
Yeah, Gloria. So first of all, in the you think you're referring to the Anita Hill allegations, and it's clear Thomas was not found not guilty. Thomas was found that they didn't care. And that's the difference here. The Senate, which confirmed Thomas, decided they didn't care about the Anita Hill allegations, just like the Senate that confirmed Brett Kavanaugh decided they didn't care about the Dr. Christine Blasey Ford allegations. And that is a deeper rot at the heart of our system and in the heart of our country, where we are willing to not just elevate and promote, but idolize men who are under these kinds of allegations, right? So that's the deeper rot. In terms of stepping down, yes, if he had any dignity or decency, he probably would step down. There is historical precedent for this. Abe Fortas, a former Supreme Court justice who was accused of taking a $20,000 bribe, which is a lot less than what they paid for Clarence Thomas's house, was facing calls of impropriety, of ethical
put even more roadblocks in front of people who need these, like, who need these so badly.
The Democrats would actually impeach him, or at least they didn't want to go through that process. And Fortas stepped down because the good of the court, the reputation of the court, should matter more than any one individual on the court. I like to point out this other thing about Thomas because people need to remember why he got his job, right? Thomas replaced Thurgood Marshall in 1991 when Thurgood Marshall retired. Thurgood Marshall didn't die. Thurgood Marshall didn't die until 1993, 2 weeks after Bill Clinton was sworn in as president. Thurgood Marshall was alive, but stepped down because he was sick, and he didn't think that he could do the job at the level that the Supreme Court required. He resigned, and under a Republican administration, to be replaced by a Republican appointee because he thought that the institution of the court
am I
was
confused,
more important than his
Peter
own
Thiel, with like another
personal,
Republican donor who's like incredibly
beliefs.
far right?
And that is the spirit.
He is actually
that
very
Clarence
libertarian.
Thomas denigrates with his continued
put his money where his mouth is
on the court.
I want to ask you about the Justice Alito opinion that came out when it came to the abortion drug case last week. Long argument, but I'll just read you the last sentence or so, and then you can elaborate on that. He wrote this, saying, for that reasons, I would deny stay applications, contrary to the impression that they may be held by many. That disposition would not express any view on the merits of the question of whether the FDA acted lawfully in any of its actions regarding mifepristone. Rather, it would simply refuse to take a step that has not been shown as necessary to avoid the threat of any real harm during the presumably short period at issue. That's the last sentence. There's more there, but Ellie, Mistel, elaborate on that.
Yeah, Alito was big mad in that opinion. He was particularly mad at all the women on the court. He called out 3 of the 4 women who were on the court by name, including Amy Coney Barrett, which is from his own party, accusing them of hypocrisy because of the shadow docket. Basically, Alito likes to use the shadow docket, the emergency appeals process, to uphold Republican decisions from lower courts, even though they will likely get overturned eventually. So in this case, in the abortion pill case, they use the shadow docket to take down a conservative opinion from a lower court. And suddenly Alito was big mad about that. He's like, well, you can't use the shadow docket this way. You can only use the shadow docket my way. So, I mean, from a legal nerd way, it was actually funny watching Alito kind of like convolute himself into the pretzel to try to make this argument. But the upshot that he's trying to get at, where he's saying that it doesn't mean that he takes a position on the case, even in that sentence that you read, Pedro, he's taking a position on the case. He's taking a position that the difference between mifepristone being approved for 7 weeks after conception versus 10 weeks causes no real harm, no real difference there. And it's the kind of analysis that you make when you're a man and you think babies are brought by the stork. All right, the difference between 7 weeks and 10 weeks is significant for people who were not planning on getting pregnant in the first place, right? And thus, many of them don't know that they're pregnant within 4, 5, 6 weeks of becoming pregnant.
Seems like they're wrapping up here.
Some time to figure out what to do, whether or not they want to terminate their pregnancy. It is extremely important, the difference between 7 and 10 weeks. If you're a victim of sexual assault or sexual crime, that can make a huge load of difference in what you know and what you're prepared to do. Alito washing that away and acting like that difference doesn't matter, that's already taking a position on the case. Whether or not he ultimately upholds or denies the constitutionality of the abortion pill is a little bit of a separate question because, and I don't want to get too much into the legal weeds here, but the conservative argument from the lower court to ban the abortion pill is so bad on just legal technical grounds, like whatever you think about the actual issue, just on the legal reasoning of the opinion, it is one of the more ridiculous things that I've seen. And so it would be, I wouldn't be surprised if even a justice like Sam Alito was able to overrule the lower court opinion just on its legal stupidity.
You're welcome,
alone,
New York.
Regardless of what he thinks about the larger issue.
This is from Larry. He's in South Dakota, Republican line. You're on with our guest. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm looking at this, and my father was a commander he was at Pearl Harbor. He was a commander of a destroyer, and one of the things that he told me, he says, lying will destroy us. Liars will destroy us. And I looked at him and he says, yeah, liars are the worst that you can come across because you always have to try to figure out what they're doing. And so, I'm looking at the justices and you'd think the top people in this country would not be liars. They would be straightforward. They're going to do the best thing they can, and lying wouldn't be part of it. I know for a fact that there are two liars on the Supreme Court. Kavanaugh is one of them. That guy lied through his whole confirmation. Those women were right.
This conversation is going in a direction I did not think it was going to go.
I don't know about other liars, but I know there are two.
Okay, that's Larry in South Dakota. Larry, I'll follow up. How do you know for sure?
Larry, you're based.
Larry, are you there?
Guys, and I know what they were doing when they were 17 and 18, and they were not treating women with the greatest of respect.
Okay, Larry in South Dakota. Mr. Missile, go ahead.
Thanks for your call, Larry. Look, one of the things that always kind of gets me about the way that the conservative party has
base Larry right there
around Kavanaugh, Thomas, these people accused of sexual misconduct, is that there are tons of Republican judges who they could promote to the Supreme Court who would rule just like Thomas and Kavanaugh without any of the baggage and the allegations and the misconduct in the past that those two men have. Hundreds of judges would love nothing more than the opportunity to rule exactly like Clarence Thomas for the next 30 years. So the fact that they've gone with these two accused sexual predators, to me, says something really deep about the conservative legal movement, as opposed to just what their legal political ideology is, right? Because you could have the legal political ideology from hundreds of people, but you have chosen to make the standard bearers these two guys who have been accused of some of the worst conduct that we can.
Let this guy talk.
It says, to me, it says a lot.
A follow up on the abortion drug ruling. Now that it goes back to the lower courts, there were two opinions, though, if I understand it correctly, one from Texas, one from Washington State. What does it mean as far as those two opinions still withstanding?
Chaos.
Right now, as of now, the abortion pill is legal in all of the places that it was legal before this kerfuffle, right? It's the red states that have taken draconian anti-abortion laws, you can't get it there. The states that have taken a more progressive approach, you can get it there. And that's the status quo, and that status quo will remain until at least the Fifth Circuit decides on the abortion pill in the context of a full hearing. Remember, what happened was that the lower court, the district court, Matthew Kaczmarek, a particularly nutty Trump appointee judge, made this ridiculous ruling to ban the abortion pill, and the Fifth Circuit on an emergency appeal said, part of the ruling goes away, part of the ruling stands. Then the Supreme Court on an emergency appeal said actually all the ruling goes away. But now we get to the actual full hearing with lawyers and briefs and arguments about this, again, wackadoodle theory that they're using to try to come after the abortion pill, which I'll just mention again, was approved by the FDA in the year 2000 and the argument that you can sue the FDA 23 years later saying that a drug is unsafe when it's actually safe is just bonkers. But now we're going to have a full hearing at the Fifth Circuit about that, and that will take place over the next few months. Then we'll see what the Fifth Circuit decides. It will likely be a terrible decision because that's what the Fifth Circuit does.
I was going to ask you, what do we know about the Fifth Circuit? How do you characterize it?
Oh, the Fifth Circuit is the most conservative judicial circuit in the country. It's the Fifth Circuit is the Newsmax of the judicial situation, right?
He's not wrong about that.
A horrible ruling in one way or another, and that will be immediately appealed to the Supreme Court. And then, we're looking at sometime, maybe this time next year, maybe October 2024, before the Supreme Court actually gets around to hearing the full case and providing clarity to the situation. But Pedro, the other thing that I want to say here is that confusion is part of the point, right? One of the things that the forced birth activists are trying to do is to add confusion and fear into the system so that people don't even know what they do and do not have a legal right to do. Like, that's actually part of their plan. So having the law be confused for a little bit of time actually works in favor of what the forced birthers are trying to do and what their allies in the judicial system are trying to do.
The Nation's Elie Mystal with us for this discussion. Mark in Austin, Texas, Democrats line.
Hey, good morning, Pedro.
Hi.
Hello.
You're on with our guest. Go ahead.
Yeah, Pedro, I just wanted to ask our guest, I understand what he's saying about Clarence Thomas. I know, you can look at some of the other old things that Clarence Thomas has done. But I want to ask the guest a question. The question is, I want to know, why is there no black banks here in the United States of America? Could he answer that question for me?
Why there are no black banks? They're black banks, I think. I mean, I bank with Citi, so maybe I'm not the right person to ask, but I believe they're black owned banks. They're black owned everything. You gotta look for them a little bit more. Right? You gotta go searching for black-owned business a little bit harder than some others. But they're black-owned banks right here in New York City, right? They're all over the place, right? I'm not sure where that question was going, but I think the way to kind of roll it back into what we're talking about here is that there are. One of the things that Clarence Thomas has been arguing, right, is that people are coming after him because he's black but conservative, right? That Clarence Thomas has this giant persecution complex, right, about how because he's black and conservative, liberals have always hated him, and it's part of his own personal ethos. And again, I just like to poke a hole in that because there are other black conservatives out there, black conservative lawyers, black conservative judges out there who believe many of the things that Thomas believes, that haven't been accused of sexually assaulting a law professor, right? That haven't that aren't going on world globe-trotting trips with a Nazi memorabilia aficionado, right? Who aren't selling their mother's house and not telling anybody about it. There are tons of black conservatives.
Ellie, I'm sorry, we're gonna give you a pause. We'll finish up with you in a second. But like at 10 o'clock though, there's a hearing I want to watch.
Good morning. Thank you for having me once again.
I know it'll be a busy morning as you get underway in just a little bit, and the expectation is that there will be some sort of debt relief for legislation with the House Rules Committee working into the wee hours of the morning. What have you been told about what to expect on the floor today?
Well, we did hear the long hours of the work done last night, and some of the members from the Republican majority still were not on board, and they were pushing their own individual agendas, including work requirements for recipients of benefits, for SNAP recipients, for Medicaid recipients. So we're looking to see what the details are regarding those agreements and decisions that were made early this morning.
Those work requirements in particular, that was part of the package introduced last Thursday by the House Speaker Kevin McCarthy that would implement some new requirements for some recipients of some federal aid, including Medicaid. What's your view of that?
Well, I think that fundamentally, health is a human right. Health access to health care should be a human right, particularly in the greatest country in the world. And I think to tie that, to join that at the hip to a work requirement is a bit aggressive, and I believe part of the past as we move forward to make healthcare more accessible.
This has been done before too. There was an article I read, I forget from where, but it was involving Arkansas, and it like completely fucked over so many like poor people who were working too, but needed like Medicaid and needed like a little extra help to get by. But these people were working. They weren't taking advantage of the system. They got fucked over, dude. Plus, all these roadblocks make it more complicated for Americans because the guidelines were unclear, and a ton of people were taken off.
Our viewers and listeners of some of the
and especially if you get sick, a lot of stories where they got sick and they couldn't get better and they couldn't get access to the medication, so they couldn't work, so then they got laid off.
Some of the changes, modifications made in the Rules Committee last night.
This is not about like Americans being lazy. Americans are some of the hardest working people, quite literally, and the stats prove it. But we just don't get to see the money.
Cover some COVID-19 funds, and as we talked about, new work requirements for some federal aid. It would claw back the IRS funds already approved.
This is like nuts, man. Just look at this. Clawback IRS funds, new work for recipients of federal aid, block student debt cancellation, reform energy permitting, and revoke clean energy tax credits.
The Inflation Reduction Act, and it would block student debt cancellation, and then also as well reform permitting and revoke clean energy tax credits that the administration has announced. And Congressman, we're hearing that within the Republican caucus itself, within the conference itself, that they may not have the votes in that conference, in their conference, to pass this package today. What can you tell us?
We believe that that's the case, and it is the case because the proposal is extreme. It's an extremist proposal that will cut funding for school, strip access to childcare, force communities to lay off thousands of first responders, and take away food assistance for seniors. This is a really rough proposal and very extreme. Moody's announced yesterday that it will slow the economic growth of our nation, and we could lose close to 800,000 jobs. So this is a job killer as well as disallowing folks to have access, particularly the neediest, to have access to some of the most basic benefits that our nation is known for and that is characteristic of the United States of America.
So what happens next if the president also has...
Oh, shit.
Tuesday's low-key announcement that President Joe Biden will run for re-election.
Oh, wait. Where is Washington Journal? That was weird.
Extended in the past, a routine piece of work that Congress does on a regular basis. And so to really hold the entire process, to put the economy of the world in jeopardy, to rush us or pull us back into a potential recession, to trigger 800,000 jobs being lost and the economy's growth stalled, I think is irresponsible and an extreme position. And
this is what I want to hear.
They don't have the votes.
Your calls are welcome for Congressman Espaillat. The lines are for Republicans. It's 202-748-8001. Democrats, 202-748-8000. And for independents,
10 o'clock.
202-748-8002.
This is 10-2.
On another topic, Congressman, on immigration, a headline from the Washington Examiner this week: Republicans to debut their long-awaited border bill and immigration overhaul. Homeland Security package. One of those packages announced by the
Washington Examiner, right-wing mag.
Restarting construction of some border barriers. It would increase the size of the Border Patrol and boost retention. It would modernize surveillance technology and bar the use of what's called the CBP One phone app that's been used by for asylum seekers to apply for parole status. Have you had a chance to look at those proposals?
We haven't seen the details of those proposals, but increasing funding for Trump's wall is a non-starter for me. I think that we ought to concentrate in the ports of entry. That's where most of the fentanyl comes in. That's where illegal guns trafficking and human trafficking occurs. It is through the ports of entry that all of this occurred, all this illicit activity. So let's modernize them. Let's make them stronger. We are for that. Democrats are for stronger ports of entry. In fact, we feel many of the asylum seekers should be processed right there and then. They should be given the opportunity to make their case right there and then, rather than having to wait months upon months to go to an immigration court. So we have submitted a proposal to the Biden administration as we wait for the end of Title 42, that I think is one that's balanced, one that will get support from the American people, that recognizes that we need to have stronger ports of entry, but also recognizes that we're not for detaining families. We feel that family detention is a thing of the past of the previous administration, and it's not humane. All research shows that children that are detained are traumatized, perhaps for life. And so we don't want to go back to that practice. And we want to make sure that we have stronger ports of entry. And we want to make sure that we have a case management system similar to the one implemented during the Obama administration that was humane, practical, and efficient. So that's what we're calling for.
What are your concerns? You brought this up about the May 11th lifting of Title 42. What are your individual concerns, your personal concerns, and also do you think the administration is preparing well enough for that date?
Obviously, readiness is important. I think that the administration has taken the steps and continues to take steps to ensure that we're prepared for anything that may emerge at the border. We're confident that we will respond efficiently. In fact, we feel, as I said earlier, that more funding should go to the ports of entry, and that the traditional model of asylum seeker, which is a centerpiece in America's democracy. You know, if you're a victim of political violence, of gang violence, if you're you're running away from a natural disaster, a drought, a 7-year drought, if a mom is walking thousands of miles from a 7-year drought, or maybe her 13-year-old son wants to be, the gangs are looking to recruit him, and she wants asylum. We should continue to provide the opportunity from people from all over the world to be able to seek asylum. And there must be a system that's fair, that's not a privileged system that will give benefits to one and not the other, and that will hear every case based on their merit. And we can do that as a country. In fact, we propose that should be done at the border.
Let's go to our first caller. John is on the independent line, Chibanye, Illinois. John in Chibanye, go ahead.
It's Shobin here.
Shobin here.
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, as far as immigration, we stopped bringing in immigrants in the 1940s because it was decided our infrastructure in our cities had been built. We were filled up. And then in the Immigration Act of 1967, we started bringing in 1 million immigrants every year. And then in the 90s, they started that visa lottery program. That's an additional 500,000 people. That's 1.5 million people we bring into this country every year through our legal immigration system. I mean, it's getting crowded up in here. I don't know if you noticed that. We got homeless people in every city in America.
That's not because of the immigration issue that we have.
Shipping our manufacturing out.
That's not, the immigration issue. That's not because of the immigrants that we bring to the country.
Or killing my country. You know, nobody goes to jail for this. Every one of you people that ain't standing up for America, you need to leave that office and leave my country.
You can't tell me that these aren't like Republican ops that are calling in.
Well, I would rather call it our country. And in fact, I believe that it is precisely what we need to do is to bring in labor. If you go to a restaurant and your order doesn't come in and it's delayed, you hear from the business owner, the small business owner, they need workers. You know, if you talk to the people in the agricultural business that bring food to the table of the American people, what they say is that they need workers. You know, as we prepare to get more manufacturing jobs because of the Biden administration's push and approval of the CHIPS Act, what we're going to need is more workers. Well, guess what? We have those workers. Let's bring them in. Let's strengthen our economy. No chapter of history where we've seen our economy bounce back has not occurred without the presence of immigrant labor. So we need immigrant labor. I don't think we're overcrowded at all as a country. In fact, we're underpopulated. We're not growing as fast as other countries are across the world. So we need workers. The labor unions are saying we need workers. The agricultural sector is saying we need workers. If we're going to bring back manufacturing jobs to America, we're going to need workers. Small businesses across America are complaining daily that they need workers. So let's bring them in. Let's have comprehensive immigration reform.
You come to this issue with a very personal perspective. You came to this country, your family came to this country when you were 9 from the Dominican Republic. What caused your
that's where he was originally from, the Dominican Republic.
We came like other families seeking the American dream. Our grandparents were here before I was even born. We have deep roots in New York and in Washington Heights and in America, and we love America, and it's our country, not my country, but our country, and we want to make sure that we continue to move forward as a nation, and we do that by giving people the opportunity to settle down, to bring their family values to our nation. We shouldn't have families divided where a mom is here, her children are abroad, and she's petitioning to bring her children to the United States and has to wait 7-10 years. By the time they come in, they're already adolescents and she missed an important period of their upbringing. We should bring that family together. We should strengthen that family. A family that's united is a stronger family. And when we have stronger families, we have a stronger America.
Next up is Jason in Fort Wayne, Indiana, Democrats line.
Hey, Congressman, first of all, thank you, C-SPAN. Congressman, I'd like to ask a question based on, I know President Biden said at one point, don't tell me what you value, show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value. And correct me if I'm wrong, the GOP has not released a budget at this point. The president has, the Democrats have released their budget, and the GOP just keeps coming up with little plans, what they call plans. But is it a budget? Have they shown us their budget?
I'll tell you what, they haven't released the budget, and what they've done is presented a plan that guarantees 10 years of cuts to programs that are so vital to the neediest of Americans. But what we haven't seen is their tax plans either, which generate revenue. We don't know whether they're going to go ahead and now provide dramatic tax breaks for the very rich. And so they haven't released that as well. Tying the debt ceiling debate to these draconian cuts is the wrong way to approach it. The markets could react just by the mere fact that they presented this proposal. This could, if we reach default, this could be a worldwide recession. And I'm not exaggerating. The most prestigious economic advisors across the world, groups, organizations, are saying that. So I think they're playing with fire. I think they're, as I said before, we've done this 78 times. We could do this without harming anybody, and we could still have a civil discussion about reducing the deficit. I agree that we should have a plan to long-term reduce the deficit in America. I don't think that we should be saddled with a very large deficit as we have in the past decades. But let's have that discussion. And the Biden administration has a plan put forward for deficit reduction. It should not be done in the middle of this debate of this particular issue that has been addressed 78 times throughout our history.
We'll go to Jerry calling from Miami, Oklahoma, Republican line.
Yes, I think we're talking about a couple different issues here. We're talking about immigration and we're talking about the budget.
Yep.
Immigration, I have no problem with immigrants wanting a better life and coming over here. I just would like to know what they're planning to do. I want to know if they don't like our country, if they don't like our people, then why are they coming here? Now, with the budget, we won't even negotiate. I watch all the different news channels, and I watch C-SPAN, and one news channel tells you one thing, another one tells you another thing, but there's no negotiation. If the Republicans come up with it, the Democrats say, nope, we're not talking. If the Democrats come up with it, the Republicans say, nope, we're not even going to talk. It's a joke, and it makes no sense to me. You know, I liked the idea that Trump had on merit-based immigration. If there's a job for them, great, come on over. If there's a reason, you know, we need a door, and we need a big door to allow people in. But just coming in by the thousands and the thousands.
That scale, that merit scale, who makes that scale? And how do you determine merit? And are you only bringing in like individual people, or can they bring their families in too? Because you're not going to bring in like a doctor from like Guatemala to practice medicine here in like New York, for example.
I'll start with the first notion that immigrants don't like America. I think that they actually do love America. And you see the huge lines for citizenship classes, the huge lines to learn English as a second language. In fact, the backlog of folks seeking to learn English as a second language and become a U.S. citizen. I think they love this nation very much. And the American experience, I think, is one that many countries around the world, particularly in this hemisphere, emulate. So I believe that immigrants love this country, and dreamers are nurses, they're teachers, they're small business owners, they're homeowners. They're very much a part of the American fabric. They're no different than someone that was perhaps born here. They may have been months old or a year old or 2 years old when they got here, but now they're very much part of it. And by the way, many of them were essential workers during the crisis of our lifetime, the pandemic. They were there for us when we needed them. So now we should give them an opportunity. I believe that that's the nature of our nation. Our nation is one of a huge heart and very practical, and also demands a certain type of behavior or response for those that it gives opportunities. And so you cannot become a U.S. citizen if you've broken the law. You know, if you broke the law, you will not be allowed in, or nor will you be allowed to become a U.S. citizen. So it rewards good behavior and it rewards hard work. And most immigrants, that applies to most immigrants. So I believe that we should have comprehensive immigration reform. But if we don't have the political will to do it right now, let's work on the dreamers. Let's work on the DACA recipients. Let's make sure that we provide temporary protective status for those particular countries that are having turmoil. Let's make sure that we reduce the backlog, and a mom is able to petition for her kids, and within a couple of years, she's able to bring them and have that family stronger, united together. That's what we believe for. The Americans and Democrats believe for family values. That's what family values is.
You mentioned the dreamers, and the president recently, just last week, says he's expanding some migrants' health care access to the children. The deferred action of the delayed action for those children of immigrants that came to this country. But those folks are no longer children anymore, and yet we approach this, the country seems to approach it from a very piecemeal process, including the president's action last week on expanding their health care. Why is that?
Well, as I said earlier, there's no political will right now in a Republican-led House of Representatives to do any of that. So the president has taken the leadership upon himself to provide those health care benefits for DACA recipients, as he should. As I said earlier, they are teachers. They're your next-door neighbors. They may be driving that bus to take your kids to school. By the way, many of them take care of your frail and elderly parents, and so they're there every
Making that
day
change, people.
when we need them. Why not provide them a basic benefit, healthcare benefits?
Let's hear from Dwayne calling on the independent line in Triangle, Virginia. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Thank you for taking my call. I agree this issue is about, we're discussing two challenges, the budget and immigration. All right, in the area of budget, my concern is that the narrative from both sides in the media is that each side is using the budget, using the debt ceiling to create fear and concern. And as a member of this country, my finance is limited. And I am very concerned to wake up one day and realize that America has defaulted on its debt and that we don't have a balanced budget. My day-to-day, every day, is to balance my budget and ensure that my investments are growing. And to hear that our elected officials can't even come to agreement to, number one, balance a budget. There's been bills in the past to move
Talk to the Republicans. They're the ones holding it up.
Balances their budget, and I see that the political will does not want to come to this point because all of the special interest groups that scream louder than the majority move the needle for each political party. And how do you view that? And how do you view the impact of these special interest groups on your decision making on how you approach your budget argument? The other thing on immigration is living in this community. Immigrants come here, and I sit and talk with them, and they see the opportunities here. They work hard. This country is vast, and to create a fear, to limit them in a humane way to move forward, if we sat down and talked about a family where they came here and their parents are sent back to a country, and it takes them 10 years to bring that group together, and they continue to work and be a positive impact on this country. And it's really shameful for us to split hairs, lock down a border, and not create a plan to introduce these individuals who want to seek the message that we send to the entire world, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that these different special interest groups are closing down.
All right, Dwayne, I'll let you go there and let the congressman respond to some or all of that. Go ahead.
I hear and I feel the concern of the caller. He probably, when he gets his bills, he pays his bills. He pays his debt. He has a responsibility with his debt. And if he doesn't do that, it will impact his credit rating. And so that's the juncture that America faces today. Do we pay our bills? Do we keep our economy growing? Do we keep job creation moving forward? Or do we default and drag the rest of the world economy into a recession? And I choose the former, not the latter. I believe that we should resolve this debt ceiling issue. We should then move forward and have a discussion about our budget and appropriations, two separate processes, two separate lanes. And then, of course, we should have also a broader debate about the deficit. Yes, I believe that we should have a debate about that as well. But they are separate lanes and separate debate. And we should not muddle the waters and try to drag our economy and the rest of the world into a artificial crisis, I may add, because this is currently not a crisis, but it will become a crisis of major proportions if we default.
Next is Pell City, Alabama. Randy, Democratic caller.
Yes, I hope the Republicans hold fast to what they're saying. Do not give in on the ceiling debt. Don't give a dime unless my party is willing to fix immigration and cut out their wasteful spending that they like to spend on all that pork. And as far as that goes, this man that you got on there, he's a goofball. See you later.
All right, well, I'm going to go on to Roy in Austin, Texas, Republican caller. Go ahead.
Yo, my God.
Good morning, gentlemen. How y'all doing this morning?
Doing fine. Thanks, Roy.
Good.
Okay, I just do have one question. I do agree where we need to address the debt ceiling, But is it possible to ever remove the hypocrisy out of the process? Because in 2004, under a Republican president, Joe Biden voted against raising the debt ceiling, but now he's all for it. And secondly, what will it take to
What were the circumstances behind that, though?
People the truth about what's going
What
on?
were the
Because,
circumstances
sir, you have
behind it?
misled
Give them
people
context.
As far as the drugs coming across our southern border, I live in Texas. I'm a witness to this. They come from across the border in its entirety, not just ports of entry. So please be honest with people. We are not
What are you talking?
dumb.
What
We're
you
not
see
stupid. We
like
see
drugs
practice
coming over
smoke
like the
mirrors.
border? What do you
Thanks
mean
for
by
your
that?
time.
All right, Congressman, your thoughts.
Thank you to the caller. The information that we're getting from law enforcement and other reliable sources is that the vast majority of the fentanyl and the vast majority of human trafficking, arms, illegal arms, etc., are coming through the ports of entry, and that we need to strengthen the infrastructure around the ports of entry, including our border patrol there, to ensure that doesn't occur. That's the information that we're getting from law enforcement and from folks that represent those border districts in the southern border. So certainly we're concerned about that, and we'll continue to push for a greater security there at those ports of entry.
And one more call here. Brian is on the independent line in Michigan. You're up.
Yeah, hi, thanks. Hey, I've spent a lot, thank you, Congressman. I've spent a lot of time in your country, Haiti, quite familiar with the Caribbean in general. The fact of the matter is, sir,
He's from the Dominican Republic, but it's
policy is
okay.
fine with our numbers. We allow 1 million to come in legally. That's important. We also allow work visas. Do you understand capitalism, sir? Your role is not to supply labor for corporations. The corporations, they must do what they need to do, whether it's raise wages or whatever. So, no, I disagree with you, sir, wholeheartedly. Yes, we have feelings for all people. That's why we have the most liberal immigration policies on earth. Plus, you have at least 700,000 who overstay their visas. Our border needs to be secured.
Why though? Why are they overstaying their visas? Oh my God! There's so much context.
You know that. They're 90
Some of these
miles
people
off
have to be
our coast.
Republican
You know
operatives that
better
call
than
in.
anyone. You live right next door, correct? Okay, we can't even help Haiti from here.
All right, Brian, we'll let you go there and let our guest, Congress Payette, to respond.
Well, I obviously disagree with the caller. I think that there is a great need for additional workers, particularly farm workers. There is a component of immigration reform that provides opportunities for farm workers to be brought in. We hear all the time from the agricultural industry, and they are concerned about the number of workers that they need and what they have right now. But this is not just in our farms. This is on Main Street. This is small businesses. You also hear from small businesses, even the small mom and pop businesses on Main Street tell you that they need workers. And so let's bring those folks in. Let's inject some oxygen into our economy. Let's continue to make sure our economy grows. We have one of the lowest, 17 states have an unemployment rate at 3 or under 3%. Historic numbers. The unemployment rate is very low, but the economy needs more workers, and I think that we could seize the opportunity and do comprehensive immigration reform and finally take care of our broken immigration system, as well as make sure that our economy continues to grow. Thank you so much for having me today.
You bet. Our guest represents the 13th district in New York City, representing part of Manhattan and the Bronx, and don't want to leave out Harlem as well. Congressman Payette, thanks for being on the program.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Still more of Washington Journal ahead. We'll turn to open forum and give you a chance to weigh in on other political policy issues that you may be
Open forum is like so fun.
Here are the lines.
If you're not familiar with open forum, just guys just like calling
Democrats,
People just like calling, just saying like the most random things.
Others, 202-748-8002.
Fridays, C-SPAN brings you Afterwards from Book TV, a program where nonfiction authors are interviewed by journalists, legislators, and others on their latest books. This week, Ava Chin, author of Mott Street, reflects on her family's American experience across 5 generations and the impact the Chinese Exclusion Act had on her family and community. She's interviewed by Yale University American Studies and History professor Mary Lou. Watch Afterwards every Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN. Since 1979, in partnership with the cable industry, C-SPAN has provided complete coverage of the halls of Congress, from the House and Senate floors to congressional hearings, party briefings, and committee meetings. C-SPAN gives you a front row seat to how issues are debated and decided, with no commentary, no interruptions, and completely unfiltered. C-SPAN,
Suspect.
your unfiltered view of government.
C-SPANshop.org is C-SPAN's online store. Browse through our latest collection of C-SPAN products, apparel.
You mean like, oh my God, the people have died on this hill with the Nazis. America has Nazis.
And every
I don't know what to tell you.
Support our nonprofit operations. Shop now or anytime at cspanshop.org. Washington Journal continues.
It's open forum here on Washington Journal. We'll get to your phone calls momentarily. U.S. House coming in at 10 o'clock Eastern here on C-SPAN. Also, our coverage today will include a Senate hearing, Senate Judiciary Committee hearing coming up on C-SPAN 3 at 10 o'clock hearing. A hearing looking at the recent rulings, including Supreme Court ruling dealing with mifepristone, the better known as the abortion pill.
I tend to agree with her too. Not everyone knows like
which kept the appeal
Nazi logos like that too.
The Judiciary Committee will hear more.
Sid is like off the base here, man.
It's on C-SPAN 3. It's also on our free mobile app, C-SPAN Now. And later this afternoon on C-SPAN 2, Randi Weingarten, the president of the American Federation of Teachers, will be testifying on the select subcommittee on the coronavirus pandemic on the effect of school closures during the pandemic. That's live at 2 p.m. Eastern on C-SPAN 3. It's also online at cspan.org. One more to tell you about tomorrow, our coverage of the joint meeting of Congress to hear from the South Korean president, Yoon Suk-yeol, which gets underway tomorrow at 11 o'clock Eastern, and that will be live on C-SPAN. We also want to tell you we'll cover the state dinner tonight, the arrivals at the state dinner with the South Korean president and his wife about 6:30 Eastern on C-SPAN. We're also expecting a joint news conference.
What does this mean?
The South Korean president, President Joe Biden, should be about 12:30 Eastern. Look for coverage on the C-SPAN networks and stay tuned for our coverage plans as well. And just real quickly on the House coming in here in about
should be fun to watch.
They figured out the rule in the wee hours this morning. Reporting on that is Politico. House GOP strikes final hour deal on debt plan, saying that House Republican efforts to pass a debt ceiling plan appeared back on track Wednesday morning after GOP leadership made 11th hour changes to satisfy more than a dozen disgruntled members after repeatedly refusing to tweak the bill. During the early hours of the morning on Wednesday, the House Rules Committee agreed to major changes known as a manager's amendment to help satisfy the demands of Midwesterners who were raising concerns about ethanol provisions and some right-wing demands for stronger work requirements for social programs. Let's go to Joe first up in open forum. Joe's in Butner, North Carolina. In Butner, North Carolina. Go ahead.
Yes, sir, I'm a retired internist who worked in corrections. And through the COVID situation, we found that a lot of the transmission of COVID was by the agency of young children who were asymptomatic to adult family members who were vulnerable even to the point of being of death. Many of them have died. The idea that Miss Weingarten was somehow or another complicit in some idea from which contributed to the severity of kids missing school is crazy. I mean, I don't know if this guy went to medical school in outer Mongolia or where he went to school, but kids were vectors for COVID that was fatal to adults, and it was important through our state health departments, health directors, and local folks that schools were closed, and it did lessen transmissibility of COVID. And this guy and your C-SPAN management need to be careful with this kind of loose propaganda that you're putting out. I'm a physician. I don't have time for this nonsense. I'd rather listen to informed individuals. Thank you.
All right, on to James, who's in Newark, New Jersey. Go ahead.
Yes. Good morning, C-SPAN.
Good morning.
The congressman you had on before, I 1,000% disagree with him because of the fact, 2011, I was for a wall from the west tip of Louisiana to the west tip of California. I'll tell you why. Because illegals in this country getting paid $4 an hour, $3 an hour. My heart is for illegals. I do like illegal people, but not. It has to be under control. It got to be under control. Are you still there?
Yes, we're listening to you, James.
Okay, good. It got to be under control. And I was pushing the illegal people to get work papers. They get paid minimum wage, $7.25 an hour. They get some kind of dignity. And if 11 million people would be able to have dignity and jobs and be in the workforce.
All right, on to Gene in Texas on the Republican line. Gene, good morning.
Good morning. I just want to say that the gentleman, that the congressman, I believe, from New York, I just want to say about immigration that I don't know if you realize this, but Texas has totally flipped on our demographics, which is okay, but the problem is that more and more places are needing. I mean, even if they get jobs from the Mexico and Guatemala and Honduras, all those, even if they get jobs, like you said, they can't speak our language. And so all of the jobs, that's why there's so many out there and filled. They are asking for people that are bilingual. Well, English is our language here, so how are we supposed to compete with that when we're not bilingual? So therefore, that knocks us out of that job.
All right, it is open forum here on Washington Journal. About 15 more minutes in the program. 2027-488-8001 for Republicans, 2027-488-8000 for Democrats, and 2027-488-8002 for Independents, and all others, and more of your calls coming up. We will hear about a new Republican presidential candidate today. The headline in the state of Arkansas, the Arkansas Democrat,
Asa Hutchinson.
Presidential hopeful Hutchinson has a history of fighting uphill battles. And here to talk about the announcement today is...
We'll be right back, folks. Gotta get some more coffee and water.
Chief of Talk Business and Politics in Arkansas. Robbie Brock, good morning and welcome to Washington Journal.
Glad to be with you and your audience.
Almost like 10 o'clock.
What do we know
Just the
about,
Judiciary Committee.
Asa
Gotta move on
Hutchinson's
from here
plans
to there.
Announce today. What will we see?
Well, he will be on the square of the downtown near where he grew up in Bentonville, Arkansas, which is the home of Walmart, which I'm pretty sure everybody's familiar with. It'll be a pretty positive and uplifting message, I think. Asa Hutchinson's generally an optimist. He'll take some shots, I'm sure, at Joe Biden, but I think it'll be, a typical small town rally. There'll be a lot of red, white, and blue, and a lot of people cheering, and it'll have a little slice of Americana in the images that we'll see from this announcement.
Tell us a little bit about his political background. How long did he serve as governor of Arkansas? Where else has he served?
So he was a two-term governor of Arkansas, which is 8 years. He was elected in 2014. He just rolled off in terms of being term limited. But Asa Hutchinson's been on the political scene in Arkansas for decades. Ronald Reagan appointed him as a U.S. prosecutor back in the 1980s. He ran unsuccessfully for governor, for U.S. Senate, and for Arkansas Attorney General when the Republican Party was a small party in Arkansas and certainly not dominant. He got beat up by a lot of Democrats in those decades. Eventually, he did serve in the U.S. Congress. He was an impeachment manager in the Clinton impeachment. When he served in Congress, George W. Bush tapped him to be for a role in the Drug Enforcement Administration as well as Homeland Security after 9/11. So he's got a pretty varied background in terms of government experience at the federal level, at the state level, and certainly in Republican politics.
Well, those folks who watch some of the Sunday shows know he's also sort of a regular feature on some of those programs. But what are his areas of interest, his policy areas of interest, and where do you think his I guess you'd say lane is in terms of getting the nomination, the Republican nomination in 2024?
So he's going to clearly run in the anti-Donald Trump lane. He has been a voice against Trump since the January 6th insurrection and everything that has come out from that. That's where you've seen Asa Hutchinson really lift his profile nationally when he was the head of the National Governors Association. So I think you'll hear a lot of rhetoric from him, again, about how the Republican Party needs to, recenter itself and find itself again away from this negativity that he sees from the Trump side of the party. I think on policy, you're going to see him talk a lot about jobs. In Arkansas, he has a pretty good record on jobs. He also was big into computer science. He really, probably 25-fold increased the number of computer science students and teachers in Arkansas. That was a big victory for him in terms of policy. And in the Republican primary, I think you'll see him talk a lot about the Second Amendment. I think you'll see him talk a lot about his pro-life stance. He has been pretty unwavering on those points throughout his political career, even when it wasn't politically popular. So in a Republican primary, those are two things I think you'll see him anchor himself to pretty tightly. And in Iowa, those will be some good issues for him to hang his hat on.
What's interesting, you mentioned, he reminded us of him being the impeachment manager in the Clinton impeachment, his fellow Arkansan Bill Clinton. Are there any, and it may be an imperfect analogy, but are there any comparisons to the way that Bill Clinton campaigned and tried to govern? That middle way comparison is Asa Hutchinson seeking to do that sort of thing.
Yeah, I'll give you a couple points on that. I mean, I think Asa Hutchinson did govern from the center-right, very pragmatically as governor for 8 years, which was a bit unexpected based on his previous track record of hardcore Republican Party politics. He really found consensus on a lot of things, which is very similar to what Bill Clinton did in his terms as governor as well as U.S. president. And I think that Asa Hutchinson, to give you another Clinton analogy here, you'll remember when Clinton came into national prominence in the 1990s, he really moved the Democratic Party from the left to the center with a Democratic Leadership Council. I think Asa Hutchinson is trying a similar message with Republicans in this election cycle. It's like we've gotten too far to the extreme on the right, and we've got to find our way back to Main Street, business conservative kind of values. I think you'll see some of his rhetoric try to pull the party back from the brink of where he sees it in these days.
Well, we appreciate your insight into his candidacy and look forward to hearing from Asa Hutchinson later today, as you mentioned, from Bentonville. Roby Brock, editor-in-chief of Talk Business and Politics in Arkansas. Thanks so much.
You're welcome, Bill.
Back to your calls here on Open Forum. Robert standing by in North Carolina on our Democrats line.
Yes, I was going to talk about the immigration and deficit. If we changed the law and had an import tax in Mexico, and if those jobs that were in Mexico, to get a discount on the import, they had a minimum wage, health care, and a pension program, they wouldn't have as many Mexicans coming across the border because they'd rather stay with their family than come across the border and, just send money to Mexico. I mean, that makes sense to me.
All right, Victor is on the line, Republican caller from Eagle Lake, Florida.
Yes, you had a person speaking on unions and the public school system.
Yes.
What you have to know
there's
public schools here in Florida is that they
there's a real loud. I'm sorry about. There's a real loud noise coming through, and I apologize. It's like that, but it's quite loud in the background there. So we're going to move on to Avalon, Kentucky. This is Tony. Go ahead. Alvaton, Kentucky. Go ahead.
Yeah, Alvaton. Yes, sir. Hey, look, this country's in a mess. I don't know what happened to my old party. I was a member for 45 years. But the Democrats, they have turned so progressive. The immigration is terrible. Sir, the congressman was talking about we needed the people to work. Hey, look, what's the illegal immigration is tearing our communities from the school districts to hospitals. I mean, it's costing us a fortune. We need to go back to Trump's when Trump was in. I mean, it was working. I think that they're letting all the illegal immigrants. It's not just from Mexico. It's 160 countries coming in here. We don't know who they are. 700,000 gotaways or more. It's a security, terrible national security risk of letting all these people in, and I don't believe it's for workers. I believe it's for potential Democratic votes, and we should go back to following the law.
All right, next is Richard, Verona, Missouri, on the Democrats line.
Yeah, we're talking about the governor of Arkansas, Hutchinson. I live right next to Arkansas, right here in the corner of the state. And I tell you what,
do what he has in a second.
The nominee, it's going to be a hard decision for me who to vote for. Now, this judge down there in Texas take all them birth control pills away, What's he going to do? Go down and every woman's closet and take out the wire coat hangers? That's the way it used to be in the olden days. So it's kind of silly, It's unfortunate. But yeah, the old boy from Arkansas is a good old guy. I'll let you go.
On to Manassas, Virginia. Ethel on the Republican line here in Open Forum. Hello there.
Yes, hi. I want to ask, told you about the illegal people. I'm a Spanish people and also I'm citizen from USA. And I'm in accord with the New York government as before talking about the immigration. They say we need them. We don't need them. We have enough North American people working in the farms and the construction and everything to have them in here. And also, they taking advantage for everything. And also that they live in free. They want to come here for everything free. Biden make a lot of open doors in different ways. Not only in the war is another way he has it, but North American people, they don't know about what's going on. I want everybody thinking what works for us, North American people, citizen people, with these people in here. We see in my neighbors a lot of traffic and a lot of criminal stuff and sell drugs and everything. Still, the police cannot do anything because then they not have order to do it because they are teenagers. They're coming from the poor.
And Ethel, what brought you to the United States? How long have you been in the country?
I live in 32 years in here. I come with the visa. I have visa from work, and I stay here exactly like they say. We have an embassy in every country to get the permits to work to come legal in this country.
Thanks for weighing in on the program this morning. There's a state dinner at the White House tonight with the South Korean president in Washington. Yoon Suk-yeol and his wife will be toasted at the dinner tonight, and CNN with this story, Korean-American ties on the menu at the state dinner. Ties between the U.S. and South Korea will be front and center in the decor and on the menu for tonight's state dinner at the White House, which will be held under the towering cherry blossom branches in the East Room following weeks of careful diplomatic preparations. Quote, "From my husband, I learned that all politics is personal," First Lady Dr. Jill Biden told reporters at a preview of the state dinner, traditionally one of the most glamorous events hosted at the White House. It's about finding the common threads of humanity that connect us, that transcend distance and difference, and building on those shared values. And again, look for some coverage this evening here on C-SPAN of the arrivals at the state dinner this evening, about 6:30 Eastern or so. A couple more calls before the House comes in a couple of moments. John is in Silver Spring, Maryland. Democrats line on Open Forum.
Yeah, hey, thanks very much for having me on. I just want to say to those who identify as Republicans, about this immigration issue, are you going to pick the vegetables out there in the Imperial Valley? Are you going to do all the hard work that these immigrants do that puts food on our table? See, that's the question. See, a lot of these Americans, they don't want to work like these immigrants do toward a better life because we're above that. We don't want to do the agricultural things and the other dirty work that a lot of these immigrants are willing to do to get a leg up. So, it's easy to point the finger and stuff, but hey, what happens when your guacamole is not on your Chipotle burrito? So that's my thoughts to these Republicans.
All right, a story from the Washington Post this morning. Chief Justice Roberts declines Durbin's request to testify in Senate on ethics. The Chief Justice told Senate leaders Tuesday that he would respectfully decline to testify at a Senate hearing focused on the Supreme Court.
They finally moved to the Supreme Court.
All the justices in which they, quote, reaffirm and restate foundational ethics principles and practices to which they abide. They also said they also write that there did not seem to be new proposals or guidelines in the statement on ethics principles and practices. Senate Judiciary Committee Chairman Dick Durbin immediately labeled it insufficient, noting recent revelations about Justice Clarence Thomas that the senator said illustrated the need for more scrutiny. They write that, quote, "I am surprised that Chief Justice recounting of the existing legal standards of ethics suggests current law is adequate and ignores the obvious," Durbin said in a statement. The actions of one justice, including trips on yachts and private jets, were not reported to the public. That same justice failed to disclose the sale of properties he partly owned to a party with interests before the Supreme Court. That's from the Washington Post this morning. U.S. House is gaveling in momentarily for legislative work. They will be coming in. We'll have live coverage here shortly as well. They're expected to take up the debt ceiling legislation, which the House Rules Committee approved in the wee hours of this morning. So that'll wrap it up for Washington Journal for this morning.
Bill?
We are back tomorrow morning at 7 o'clock Eastern, and hope you are as well. Have a great day, and we will take you live momentarily to the floor of the U.S. House.
So those are general speeches coming up. I'm more concerned about this. Just their hearing on the Texas abortion bill. So what we're going to do here That's 10:45, then 10 a.m.
The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 26, 2023. I hereby appoint the Honorable Jay Obernolte to act as Speaker Pro Tempore on this day. Signed, Kevin McCarthy, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2023, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties, and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continue between 11:50 a.m. this morning. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want you to imagine that you get home from work tomorrow and you decide that you just don't want to pay your mortgage. So you call your bank and you share the good news. Now the bank at that point explains that if you don't, you're looking at eviction. So you propose a counteroffer because you're a clever fellow. I'll pay my mortgage, but only if my family stops using hot water and stops going to the doctor. At which point the bank says, you, sir, are a moron. And yet that is what is happening in the House this week. The United States government has already agreed to buy a house. We're already living in the house. We took out a loan to pay for the house, but the Republicans want to stop making the mortgage payments unless the American people agree to skimp on health care and basic services. Now, I would remind everybody in this body that it is Congress that has the power of the purse. Every dollar of government spending and every dollar of government revenue was approved on this floor by this body. If the expenses exceed the revenues, then we borrow to make up the difference. We made those choices. Now, you all may not like every dollar that we've approved. I certainly don't. I also don't agree with every dollar my wife has ever spent, and she doesn't agree with every dollar that I've ever spent, but we get by because my wife and I are functioning adults. That would appear to be too high a bar for this body. So the majority today is bringing a package to the floor that, according to Moody's Analytics, will, and I quote, meaningfully increase the likelihood of a recession. Not because it's the right thing to do, but because it's the only way that the
treaty between our two nations. Our relationship is critical in preserving peace and stability in the region, and our trade partnership is vital.
That's 10:45. Senate Judiciary hearing hasn't started.
Improve relations with Japan, which is important to ensure our three nations may work together to protect freedom and democracy. I am honored to join my colleagues in introducing this resolution to recommit to our shared bond between country of my birth and the country I am so blessed to call home. Thank you, and I'm going to invite Chairman Arrington.
Thank you, Rep. Steele. Good morning, everybody. I'm Jody Arrington. I'm from West Texas, the food, fuel, and fiber capital of the world. I'm honored to serve as budget chairman, and I can summarize the fiscal state of the nation. It's bleak.
Why is this so low?
The path forward is very, very uncertain. Nobody can look at the balance sheet of our federal government or the nonpartisan CBO's budget outlook and not shudder at the rapid deterioration of our nation's financial health. No responsible leader in this country worth their salt would, in a debt
new and existing customers.
Okay, it's not. It's them.
Limit situation and negotiation where we look at our nation's indebtedness and its impact on the financial health of our country and our children's future. And not
It's them. It's Republican shitty audio.
What we're asking President Biden to do is to do what he did when he was vice president. Do what he did simply when he was in the Senate. Come to the table and put common sense spending controls and fiscal reforms as we raise the debt ceiling.
You guys want
pay
to
our
institute 10 years of major cuts to like social insurance programs. I'm with Sam. Fuck, I hate calling them entitlements too.
Texas and I imagine across the country see that as pretty straightforward, especially, Madam Chair, as they suffer under the effects of the $10 trillion in spending over the last 2 years, $6 trillion added to the national debt, record inflation, soaring interest rates, and a nosedive into recession. That
Jesus
is the reality of the rest of America. And so they're tightening their belts and they're changing their spending habits. And by God, the people in this town
about debt ceiling
represent this great nation who are responsible.
Just so you know, there's like general speeches going on in the House right now too, but it's all revolving around the debt ceiling.
6 hours required all the stamina I could muster and patience.
I'd like to turn to a video on the impact of the Dobbs decision.
Okay, Senate Judiciary has just started hearing on the Texas abortion bill.
Challenging or pushing.
Of course, the Democrats have superior.
Of our debt ceiling proposal. I think it's that straightforward.
Have superior audio.
It's that common sense to right-size the bureaucracy coming out of COVID. Go back to 4 months ago where we were spending just 4 months ago. Obama's last year of his budget had us spending at that level. So I think
Oh my God.
there's consensus that is extremely reasonable. And then you got the list of reversing some of the reckless spending items like the student loan cancellation, the army of IRS agents and the like. But I didn't get any pushback last night substantively on what we have been presenting. Secondly, I didn't hear a single Democrat offer up in 6 hours an alternative item of savings. We're at $1.5 trillion in annual deficits today. That's what we're borrowing. We'll be at $3 trillion in 10 years. We're at $500 billion in interest payments.
We owe ourselves the money, my
We'll
guy.
triple that in 10
We're
years
fine.
And be paying $1.5 trillion, and not one time in 6 hours.
Unfortunately,
of this
there's people in this country that
how
believe
we
these guys,
right-size, how we
and they
get
think that
on
we're going
the
to go
right
broke.
track that
We're
is
not going broke.
sustainable and responsible, and not one alternative. Just a bunch of boogeymen. Just a bunch of phantom funding cuts that they rolled out there. It was sad because it was a party that's lost its way, that has lurched so far to the left, they can't even come back to the common sense Clinton era work requirements for able-bodied adults. I saw them have a death grip on the blank check, and the status
There's no
quo.
blank check.
And they will lose that fight. They will lose that fight with the American people. It's not about me. It's not about these guys. It's about the American people. Lastly, this one, I get emotional about it. So, but because it's real. This is real. The most vulnerable group in America, in my mind, and there are lots of vulnerable groups, and we have to be responsible, and we have to prioritize. That's what this is about, prioritizing. But it's also about protecting the future as we prioritize, and our children's future. I think the most vulnerable group in America are the children that have no place in this town, no lobbyists to speak of that I know of, no seat around the table, it feels like, and they're going to inherit $31 trillion in debt and counting. Who's going to speak up for them?
Jesus.
This is what they will inherit, and somebody's got to speak up. But in 6 hours, and I close with this, in 6 hours, and you'll never invite me back to another one of these press hearings, but in 6 hours, I heard a lot of stakeholders in government programs and government funding. I heard a lot of groups and communities. I never once, and I said this at the hearing, if you listen to the 6-hour tape, not one time did my Democrat colleagues mention the children and grandchildren of the people here, future generation of
They
Americans
always
who
do
will
this
carry
thing. The children, the grandchildren. Jesus, man. So sick and tired of these guys.
that were sown of reckless spending and an insatiable appetite to spend this country into bankruptcy. So I'm going to support this limit, save, grow, obviously, and it's a responsible thing to do. It's the right thing to do, and I pray to God that we'll get our president, respecting him in the office, to come to the table and be a leader worthy of the citizens of the United States of America.
We will now hear from our whip, Tom Emmer.
Hold the applause. Hold the applause. House Republicans are going to pass this debt limit. We are going to show that people the American
Fix the mic,
government doesn't
Tom.
have to be dysfunctional. And by the way, we're also going to show that Republicans, House Republicans under Kevin McCarthy, are the ones that are continuing to lead. We're going to pass this because the alternative is far worse. Don't be fooled. There is no such thing as a clean debt ceiling increase. That's about as dirty as it gets. Handing Chuck Schumer and Joe Biden a blank check for more of their reckless spending that's driving inflation and destroying family finances that Jody was just talking about. With this transformational bill, House Republicans have the opportunity to effect change and implement reforms, all while avoiding default. Joe Biden
This is
and
Lindsey Graham
Senate
speaking.
Democrats have done absolutely nothing but obstruct. Members of Biden's own party now want him to do the responsible thing and negotiate. Instead, what's he doing? He's already threatening a veto. He is playing with Americans' lives. and
You're
the
playing with
economic
Americans'
health
lives, my
of our
friend.
nation, all in the name of his political theater. It's truly
No, he's
disgusting.
protecting Americans from
Our
your
members built this
recklessness.
legislation from the ground up, and our members are going to pass it. House Republicans, again, are the only ones that are armed with solutions to this problem. It's time for Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer to show us what they're made of. And now, I'm going to turn it over to the Tiger from Louisiana, our majority leader.
Thank you, Whip. This is a critically important week for the future direction of our country. For too long, and especially over the last 2 years, we've seen Washington go on a spending spree unlike anything
Quack, quack, quack.
in our
To
nation's
help the
history.
American people.
Joe Biden has maxed out the nation's credit card. And now at this moment, where the credit card is maxed out, Joe Biden has gone into hiding, trying to run out the clock and create a debt crisis.
Oh my God, Lindsay, what are you doing? I'm watching. I got the Senate Judiciary hearing
But believe it or not, Joe Biden is demanding
on my other screen.
that
It's
he
fucking
get
nuts.
another
Lindsey
card to
Graham,
go
look at
max
this.
out.
No limit. Democrats, no limit on
family
abortion
in
bill. Get the
America
fuck out of
would
here,
run their
man.
household that way.
What a
And
dishonest
frankly,
piece
I
of
think when you
shit.
look at the polls and see how low Joe Biden's
Nail him to the
numbers
wall,
are,
Durbin.
nobody in America thinks
No
that this is
mercy.
the responsible way
Do you want?
for the commander-in-chief to lead this country. But if Joe Biden won't lead, House Republicans will. And that's why you will see us pass a bill this week to address the debt ceiling, but also at the same time to address the spending problem that brought us to this moment. I think people are hungry for this moment. They're hungry for this kind of leadership. You've seen it from Speaker McCarthy, Jody Arrington, whose bill it is, to all of us on this leadership team who have been working for weeks and months with all of our members representing every part of our conference. Anybody willing to bring ideas to the table, and there have been some really good ideas, and if you look at this package, it represents the most common sense, straightforward approach to
No, it
addressing
is
the
not.
spending problem
Cuts, cuts,
that got
cuts,
us here
cuts, cuts.
as we confront the debt ceiling. Think about this, basic work requirements. You know, the voters of Wisconsin just a few weeks ago were asked this question. Should people have to try to find work in order to get welfare benefits? Do you know that 79.9% of Wisconsin voters just a few weeks ago on a statewide ballot said absolutely yes? People people understand that at a time when every worker, every small
I would have to
business
take
is
a look
looking
at
for
that too,
workers.
and how that ballot initiative was
President
written.
Biden is paying billions of dollars to pay people not to work. So when we say let's have some basic work requirements, we're not talking about small numbers. It's over $100 billion of savings that the taxpayers would get. That single mom that's working 2 or 3 jobs right now to make ends meet under this tough economy, she doesn't.
Dude, I'm so sick and
want to
tired of this
have to pay
motherfucker,
for
man.
Somebody who's sitting at home working, who's fully able-bodied. And the important thing of bringing some of these important common sense measures, like work requirements, is not only does it save taxpayers money who are working hard, it also helps shore up programs like Social Security. We'll be able to put tens of billions of dollars back into Social Security, a program that Joe Biden has undermined with his reckless policies. We strengthen those programs by putting basic work requirements back in place. These aren't new ideas. These are ideas that Bill Clinton agreed with a Republican Congress to do back in the 1990s, and it worked, and it will work again. These are proven solutions to this nation's spending problem. And so we're proud to bring this bill forward. We're proud to get this bill passed this week. But it's long past time that President Biden stop hiding, stop trying to run the clock out. It's been over 2 months since he said he would sit down with Speaker McCarthy again and meet, and yet he's refused to do that. You now have a growing drumbeat of Democrats who are saying that it's time for President Biden to sit down with Speaker McCarthy.
Who?
The country knows we can't
Manchin?
stay on this unsustainable path. And if Joe Biden's not willing to lead and do something about it, House Republicans are. That starts this week. With that, we'll be happy to take some questions. Chad.
This is kind of the dress rehearsal for what comes later this summer when the Senate gets a hold of this, and then also what happens with the president. With that concern, though,
Get the fuck out of here.
get your side in order and not have this last-minute movement. What does that portend for the summer, and does that give confidence to the markets?
I wouldn't call it hard as much as thoughtful. There has been a lot of hard work that's gone into how best to start this negotiation. Speaker McCarthy, again, over 2 months ago, did get the opportunity to sit down with President Biden. It would be a lot easier if Democrats were actually part of this conversation. You know, the American people have been part of this for a long time because they do this every day in their household. They figure out how to make ends meet with the dollars that they take in. This federal government, under President Biden, when Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer were running everything for the last 2 years, have gotten us to a point that for every $100 that comes in, the government is spending $129. You can't keep doing that. And so we would really like it. It'd be a lot easier if President Biden was sitting at the table with the speaker saying, okay, let's come up with ideas of how to solve this problem. But because they walked away from the table, we said we're not going to just sit back and run the clock out like President Biden. We're going to do it on our own. And so this bill represents a lot of really good ideas. If they've got better ideas, as Chairman Arrington said, not one idea was presented by Democrats yesterday. Not one concern
He's there
for
already, folks.
the young people of America who will pay this tab was expressed by Democrats. But we care about that.
What the fuck was that?
There were some technical changes to address dates and alignment. If
Come
you
on,
look
people,
at
get your
the tax
audio
credits,
set.
For example, in the initial draft, it repealed all of the tax credits, but some of those tax credits were not part of the IRA, that legislation. Some were actually in place before that, so the intention wasn't to get rid of all of those, just the ones that were created in the IRA. And if you look at the scoring, it was really focused on that. So those clarifications were made to address that. Then on the work requirements, if you looked, there were three main components, SNAP, TANF. Not all of them aligned up on the same dates of implementation, so we wanted to make sure they all aligned on the same dates of implementation.
Oh my God, what is with the...
So the good news is that we can vote as early as today on this. We're going to bring the rule shortly, 1:30. We'll be bringing the
You
rule
guys are
vote,
nuts, man.
which allows us then to bring the bill up, and it addresses the changes that were made. So we'll be ready to move as early as today. I wouldn't, tune out C-SPAN today if you're watching. We want to get this done as soon as possible, but more importantly, we want President Biden to finally start getting engaged in this process. You know, you ask for the job of President of the United States to be not only the commander-in-chief, but also the leader of the free world. This is not a job where you run and hide when the going gets tough. This is the time where you step up. These are the moments that you come and run for these jobs to solve big problems.
There you go. And he is solving the problem by making sure you guys don't cut the country into nothingness and destroy people's lives.
Over the last week, you've seen more and more Democrats coming out saying President Biden's got to start negotiating with Speaker McCarthy. And I think you'll see that that drumbeat even louder after we pass this bill. We'll do one more question. Well, I'll let the whip take it.
The bill was closed. You just heard it. There were technical changes that there's nothing of substance that was changed in the bill. So the bill was closed, and we will pass the bill.
Good. See y'all on the floor.
That's it. So Dem's response is going to be at 10:45. This looks like it's going to be a slugfest.
Advisory Board of Save the Storks. Dr. Monique Wubernhost. Pretty good? Pretty close? Okay. She's a board-certified OBGYN specialist with over 20 years of experience in patient care, teaching, research, health policy, global health, and bioethics. She graduated from Mount Holyoke College and received her medical degree from Brown University. She earned a master's degree in public health from Harvard. She completed a residency at Yale New Haven Hospital and her postdoctoral fellowship in health services research at Shep Center for Health Services Research at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill. She's a faculty member at the Duke University School of Medicine from 2003 to 2018. She subsequently served as Senior Deputy Assistant Administrator in the Bureau for Global Health at the United States Agency for International Development. She is a Senior Research Associate at the Center for Ethics and Culture at the University of Notre Dame. Her clinical career is focused on caring for women in underserved and disadvantaged populations, especially African Americans and Native American communities, with a focus on women with medical, social, and psychiatric problems. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Graham. Let me lay out the mechanics of today's hearing. After we swear in the witnesses, each witness will have 5 minutes for an opening statement. Then senators will have an opportunity to ask questions for up to 5 minutes. Can I ask the witnesses to please stand and raise their right hand? Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give before this committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that the witnesses have all answered in the affirmative, and our first witness will be Ms. Zarowski.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, and members of the Senate Committee on the Judiciary, thank you for the opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Amanda Zarowski, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about my experience with the Texas abortion bans. About 8 months ago, I was thrilled to be cruising through the second trimester of my first pregnancy. I was carrying our daughter Willow, who had finally blissfully been conceived after 18 months of grueling fertility treatment. My husband Josh and I were beyond thrilled. Then, on a sunny August day, after I had just finished the invite list for the baby shower my sister was planning for me, everything changed. Some unexpected symptoms arrived, and I contacted my obstetrician to be safe and was surprised when I was told to come in as soon as possible. After a brief examination, my husband and I received the harrowing news that I had dilated prematurely due to a condition known as cervical insufficiency. Soon after, my membranes ruptured, and we were told by multiple doctors that the loss of our daughter was inevitable. It was clear that this was not a question of if we would lose our baby, it was a question of when. I asked what could be done to ensure the respectful passing of our baby and to protect me now that my body was unprotected and vulnerable. I needed an abortion. My healthcare team was anguished as they explained there was nothing they could do because of Texas's anti-abortion laws, the latest of which had taken effect 2 days after my water broke. It meant that even though we would, with complete certainty, lose Willow. My doctors didn't feel safe enough to intervene as long as her heart was beating or until I was sick enough for the ethics board at the hospital to consider my life at risk. I shouldn't have had to wait in anguish for days for the inescapable ill fate that awaited. But this was August 2022 in the state of Texas, where abortion is illegal unless the pregnant person is facing a life-threatening physical condition aggravated by, caused by, or arising from a pregnancy. People have asked why we didn't travel to a state where the laws aren't so restrictive, but we live in the middle of Texas, and the nearest sanctuary state is at least an 8-hour drive. Developing sepsis, a condition that can kill in under an hour, in a car in the middle of the West Texas desert or on an airplane, is a death sentence. And it's not a choice we should have even had to consider in the first place. So all we could do was wait. I cannot adequately put into words the trauma and despair that comes with waiting to either lose your own life, your child's, or both. For days, I was locked in this bizarre and avoidable hell. Would Willow's heart stop, or would I deteriorate to the brink of death? The answer arrived 3 long days later. In a matter of minutes, I went from being physically healthy to developing a raging fever and dangerously low blood pressure. My husband rushed me to the hospital, where we soon learned I was in septic shock, made evident by my violent teeth chattering and incapacity to even respond to questions.
Jesus Christ.
Several hours later, after stabilizing just enough to deliver our stillborn daughter, my vitals crashed again. In the middle of the night, I was rapidly transferred to the ICU, where I would stay for 3 days as medical professionals battled to save my life. What I needed was an abortion, a standard medical procedure. An abortion would have prevented the unnecessary harm and suffering that I endured. Not only the psychological trauma that came with 3 days of waiting, but the physical harm my body suffered, the extent of which is still being determined. 2 things I know for sure. The preventable harm inflicted on me has already made it harder for me to get pregnant again. The barbaric restrictions that are being passed across the country are having real-life implications on real people. I may have been one of the first who was affected by the overturning of Roe in Texas, but I'm certainly not the last. More people have been and will continue to be harmed until we do something about it.
Jesus.
You have the power to fix this. You owe it to me,
Bro,
and to
what do
Willow,
you,
and to
how
every
do
other person
Republicans
who may become
respond to
pregnant
this
in
woman?
this country to protect our right to safe and accessible health care, emergency or no emergency. No one should have to worry about the life of their loved ones simply because they are with child. Your job is to protect the lives of the people who elected you, not endanger them. Being pregnant is difficult and complicated enough. We do not need you to make it even more terrifying and, frankly, downright dangerous to create life in this country. This has gone on long enough, and it's time now for you to do your job, your duty, and protect us. Thank you.
Dr. Scott, please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Graham, and members of the committee. As you've heard, I am Dr. Ingrid Skopp, a board-certified obstetrician-gynecologist practicing in Texas for over 30 years. Today, I advocate for both of my patients, a woman and her unborn child. Every successful abortion ends the life of one of my patients and often harms the other as well. In the coming legislative session, Senator Graham will likely reintroduce federal minimum protections limiting elective abortion after 15 weeks gestation, with exceptions for rape, incest, and the life and health of the mother. Conversely, Senator Baldwin has reintroduced the Women's Health Protection Act, which ironically does nothing to protect the health of a pregnant woman from a dangerous abortion. The unborn human life is never acknowledged, and abortion is presented as procedurally and morally equivalent to a vasectomy or a colonoscopy. This proposed legislation insists that there can be no common sense safeguards to protect a woman. The words choice, voluntary, and consent are completely missing, opening the door to others who will benefit from abortion: sex traffickers, incestuous abusers, and unwilling fathers. An abortion provider is not required to be a physician or even medically licensed. Despite its euphemistic name, the Women's Health Protection Act prioritizes the death of the unborn human at the expense of the health or even the desires of a pregnant woman. A woman and her unborn child are not natural enemies. Most pregnancies end in delivery of a healthy baby to a healthy mother. Media sources have misinformed the public, alleging that abortion limits will prevent an obstetrician from providing necessary medical care, increasing maternal mortality, but this is not true. Every legal restriction protecting unborn life allows a physician to use his reasonable medical judgment, that is, to follow the standard of care to determine when to intervene in a medical emergency. Let's compare how second trimester limitations versus unlimited abortion throughout pregnancy will actually impact American women. 90% of abortions in the second half of pregnancy are obtained for the same reasons as early abortions, social and financial concerns. Additionally, there are other important factors: coercion and indecision. 9 months is a long time for a woman who desires her child to say no to a coercive partner. Decisional uncertainty leaves the woman likely to regret aborting a baby whose kicks she can feel and with whom she has begun to bond. The physical risk of abortion increases as pregnancy progresses. The risk of maternal death is 76 times higher in the second half of pregnancy compared to an early abortion. The dilation and evacuation procedure used for most later abortions involves forcing open a strong muscular cervix and blind insertion of sharp instruments to dismember and extract a struggling fetus, and may cause hemorrhage, cervical damage, retained tissue, and uterine perforation. Mental health complications, including anxiety, depression, suicide, and substance and alcohol abuse, are higher
George
after
Santos
abortion,
is speaking right now.
particularly after late or coerced abortions, or if there are pre-existing mental health issues. European records linkage studies document a woman has 6 times the risk of suicide in the year following an abortion compared to childbirth. Unfortunately, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control does not even attempt to link mental health deaths to abortion in its dramatically incomplete maternal mortality
She's just some
data.
right-wing crackpot that they bring up every once in a while.
Recognize these risks, as 3/4 support a limitation at 15 weeks, and only 1 in 10 support abortion without gestational limits. Extremely late abortions are sometimes performed by labor induction because the fetus has grown too large to easily dismember. European studies document over half of babies survive induction abortion, and 69% of U.S. late-term abortionists report they do not routinely kill the fetus first. So it is likely that many babies survive late abortions and then are passively or
That's just
actively
fundamentally
killed.
untrue. That is fundamentally
Infanticide used to
untrue.
be
I know that for a
red line, but
fact.
No longer, as
That is
legislative
fundamentally
protection for
untrue.
these unfortunate children has repeatedly been rejected. Fetal neurologic research documents that the pathways required for pain perception are in place by 15 weeks gestation, and during an abortion, the fetus displays all the responses that we too would exhibit if we were torn limb from limb. I have cared for many tiny babies, delivered at the edge of viability around 22 weeks. Their precious faces express pain when their fragile bodies undergo therapeutic procedures. Fetal surgery as early as 15 weeks can be performed to heal some neurologic and vascular disorders before birth. Of course, these babies are always offered pain relief. How can we justify painful dismemberment of unborn babies at similar gestational ages just because we cannot hear their cries? Thank you.
Professor Goodwin.
Committee Chairman Durbin, Committee Ranking Member Graham, and distinguished members of the Senate Judiciary Committee. My name is Michelle Goodwin, and I am a Chancellor's Professor at the University of California, Irvine, and the Abraham Panansky Visiting Professor at Harvard Law School. In its 2021-2022 term, the United States Supreme Court decisively undercut stare decisis and the rule of law when it overturned Roe v. Wade and Planned Parenthood v. Casey. In doing so, the Supreme Court unleashed a torrent of unnecessary uncertainty, fear about the future of protections for women's health and their rights to life, liberty, and safety. Justice Thomas's concurring opinion placed all privacy rights on high alert, save for interracial marriage, a status enjoyed by the justice himself. For all other privacy rights, including marriage equality, access to contraception, freedom from state-imposed sterilization, and more, his concurrence remains a cause for serious alarm. Despite the promised protections articulated by the majority and Justice Kavanaugh, that freedom of travel would be preserved and that its
They have not been.
dismantling of Roe would return abortion rights to the states, today some legislatures are seeking to dispossess citizens of access to the ballot, whether by enacting provisions making it more difficult to vote or engaging in efforts to rewrite states' laws related to ballot initiatives and referenda, thereby introducing anti-democratic principles into the democratic process itself. The post-Dobbs era exposes not only a cruel disregard for the lives of those most affected, but also a lack of regard for constitutional law and foundational principles and values such as freedom of movement, freedom of speech, freedom of association, privacy, and separation of church and state. In the aftermath of Dobbs, women, girls, and people with the capacity for pregnancy are more at risk of state-level criminal and civil surveillance
go, girl.
than
Go,
before,
go,
whether
good
in
one.
the effort to track their menstruation and travel. The Bill of Rights, once proudly championed by our government because it protected speech, because it protected bodily privacy, because it protected freedom from government overreach, including cruel and unusual punishment, it too now is vulnerable. Understandably, women and girls who do not wish to become pregnant, are not prepared for motherhood, or whose health is placed at risk by pregnancy and miscarriage are horrified, absolutely horrified, about credible present dangers and those that lurk ahead. The United States bears the worrying distinction as, quote, the deadliest nation in the industrialized or developed world to be pregnant. This is what barbarism looks like. This is what cruelty looks like. Nationwide, as noted by Justice Breyer, childbirth is 14 times more likely than abortion to result in death. I'll repeat that. Childbirth is 14 times more likely to result in death than by abortion. As reported by Nina Martin and Renee Montaigne, more American women are dying of pregnancy-related